Chapter 496. Little brother, are you all right? Looking at the middle-aged man who suddenly appeared behind him, Chu Hen could not help but reveal a look of surprise. He did not even notice that someone was approaching him. "What's wrong? Am I disturbing you?" the middle-aged man said with a slight smile. His gentle eyes revealed an innate majesty. Chu Hen shook his head and smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, Senior, I just happened to pass by here." Chu Hen knew that everyone in the Heavenly Sword Pavilion respected and revered the Sword Ancestor statue. It was impolite for him to look at it in the middle of the night. The middle-aged man waved his hand. "It's fine. You're Chu Hen, right?" "Yes." Chu Hen nodded. "I've heard of your story. Since the Sacred Star Dynasty, you've experienced so many ups and downs at such a young age. It really makes us who have lived for half our lives feel amazed." Chu Hen smiled and shook his head. "I've embarrassed myself in front of you, Senior. May I ask which elder of the Sword Pavilion you are?" The man smiled. "I'm just a rank 1 idler. I happened to come here and saw that you didn't move at the bottom of the Sword Ancestor statue, so I'm a little curious." Then the man turned his gaze to the statue and changed the topic. "Little brother, did you encounter something just now?" A trace of confusion flashed in Chu Hen's eyes. He replied blankly, "I don't know. It seems that this statue contains a special power." "Oh, what power?" "I can't tell. It's very powerful, but also very dangerous." Chu Hen felt an inexplicable sense of unease when he thought about the state of mind he had just been in. He did not know why, but the hatred and resentment that had been accumulated in his heart seemed to have exploded in an instant. It was magnified infinitely, and he had the urge to kill everyone. The middle-aged man patted Chu Hen's shoulder and smiled gently. "Maybe you're too tired. Go back and rest." Chu Hen nodded his head and did not linger on this question any longer. "Goodbye, Senior." "Go." Then Chu Hen left the Sword Edge Square. As the middle-aged man watched the figure disappear into the night, there was a hint of admiration between his brows. He had more or less heard of this youth's story. For a youth from a mere dynasty to be able to reach such heights in such a short period of time was truly commendable. Then the middle-aged man shifted his gaze and looked in another direction. "Feng'er, come out. Stop hiding." There was a short period of silence before a series of steady footsteps rang out. A young figure was walking towards them from afar. This person was none other than the young master, Mu Feng. In the entire Heavenly Sword Pavilion, there was only one person who could call Mu Feng Feng. And that was the Sword Pavilion master, Mu Xiong Kai. The meeting between father and son was not relaxed. The atmosphere seemed to be a little awkward. This awkwardness originated from Mu Feng. The man in front of him called him father, made him feel rather uncomfortable. "It's already so late. Haven't you slept yet?" Mu Xiongpsai asked. "What does it have to do with you?" Mu Feng replied. Mu Xiongpsai frowned slightly. "Can't you speak to me with a nicer attitude?" "What? Do you want to break 3 of my ribs with a kick? Come, come, come. You better kick me to death so that you don't have to look at me anymore." Mu Feng took a stance and pointed to his chest. Mu Xiongpsai heaved a sigh of relief. There was a hint of guilt in his eyes. Now that he thought about it, he was indeed a little too heavy-handed. "I'm going back to sleep. Do as you please." Mu Feng replied lazily and turned to leave. "Wait a minute." "What is it now?" Mu Xiongpsai pondered for a moment. A hint of hesitation flashed across his eyes before he said, "There are some things that I wanted to tell you after the Sword Codex Grand Meet ends. Since you're here now, I'll tell you." Sensing that there was something wrong with the other party's tone, Mu Feng stopped and turned around. "Speak quickly, I'm in a hurry." Mu Xiongpsai pointed to the statue of the Sword Ancestor and said, "Do you know who this is?" "Don't you want to talk nonsense? Even a fool would know who the founder of the Sword Pavilion is. If it was in the past, if Mu Feng spoke to Mu Xiongpsai in such a tone, he would probably be kicked 10 meters away after 3 sentences. However, after Mu Feng returned from the Saint Star Empire, Mu Xiongpsai's attitude gradually changed. Even though Mu Feng spoke rudely, Mu Xiongpsai was not angry at all. That's right, he is the one who founded the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Mu Xiongpsai affirmed and continued. Apart from that, he is also the ancestor of our Mu clan. Oh, Mu Feng was stunned. He subconsciously blurted out, "So you're his great-great-grandson?" Mu Xiongpsai's face darkened. These words sounded like he was scolding someone. But what has this got to do with me? Didn't he die 800 or 900 years ago? Do you know the title of our ancestor? What title? Sword Demon. Mu Xiongpsai spat out these 2 words clearly and solemnly. His eyes shone with a blazing light. Sword Demon? Mu Feng pecked his head. It sounds pretty scary. Speaking of the rise of our Heavenly Sword Pavilion, there is a special history. In the beginning, our ancestor was just a nobody with no family background. He was only talented in the area of swordsmanship. However, the vast world never lacked geniuses. Just one swordsmanship was far from enough for him to stand out. In order to break through to a higher level in swordsmanship and martial Tao, my ancestor accidentally entered a secret realm called the Ancient Burial Heaven Domain. Ancient Burial Heavenly Domain? Mu Feng's eyes lit up. His interest couldn't help but be aroused. Mu Xiongpsai paused for a moment, then continued. I am unable to find out exactly what kind of place the Ancient Burial Heavenly Region is. However, in the Heavenly Region, my ancestor unexpectedly underwent a bloodline mutation. From an ordinary battle body bloodline, he became a sword demon, profound body. This sword demon body is the top bloodline limit of the mystic body. If the power of the bloodline is completely activated, it can even contend for the sacred body. Strive for the sacred body? Did I hear it wrong? Mu Feng's interest immediately increased. However, he curled his lips and said with disdain, Don't try to trick me. Isn't I the sword demon mystic body? I don't see how powerful it is. Not only Mu Feng, but Mu Xiongpsai also possessed the bloodline limit of the sword demon. Although their power was quite strong, it was far from reaching the level of the strive for the sacred body. This was something Mu Feng knew the best. Mu Xiongpsai smiled and looked at him solemnly. That's because your sword demon mystic body has yet to be activated. To be precise, it is still at the lowest level. You still need to complete your breakthrough and upgrade. Mu Feng was doubtful. How do I activate it? Mu Xiongpsai looked at the statue of the sword ancestor. Back then, our ancestor left behind a powerful bloodline power in this statue. Using this power, we can activate the true sword demon mystic body. Mu Feng also turned his gaze towards the statue. His imposing aura was filled with a biting cold might. There was another short period of silence. Mu Feng asked, Why are you telling me this now? Although he was usually frivolous and carefree, in reality, Mu Feng was a careless and meticulous person. Logically speaking, Mu Xiongpsai should have told him about this long ago. Why did he drag it out for so many years? After a moment of silence, Mu Xiongpsai seemed to be hesitating. Then he looked back at Mu Feng and said, I hope that you can take over the position of Sword Pavilion Master. What? As soon as these words came out, Mu Feng's pupils couldn't help but shrink. His face was filled with disbelief. He really didn't expect that Mu Xiongpsai would actually let him take over the position of Sword Pavilion Master. In the eyes of the other party, wasn't he a straw bag? This was too unexpected. Could it be that the other party found his conscience and wanted to make it up to him? Very quickly, Mu Feng rejected this idea. He understood Mu Xiongpsai's character very well. The other party saw the Heavenly Sword Pavilion as more important than anyone else. He would definitely not hand over the huge foundation of the sect to the straw-bag son to manage. Chapter 497. What exactly is your motive? Mu Feng stared at Mu Xiongxai's extraordinary face with a profound look in his eyes. Based on his son's deep understanding of his father, Mu Feng knew that Mu Xiongxai would not suddenly make such a decision. With Mu Xiongxai's personality, he would only make such a decision after careful consideration. I only have one goal, and that is for you to inherit my mantle and become the new master of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Mu Xiongxai repeated his previous words, and his tone became even more resolute. Why? Because you are the most suitable candidate. Hey, it can't be because I'm your son, right? Then what about Jian Aonan? He is your direct disciple, the number one of the 7 absolute prodigies, the Sword Absolute. I'm afraid the entire Heavenly Sword Pavilion thinks that he is the next Pavilion Master. Do you think that the position of Pavilion Master can only be inherited by someone with the surname Mu? Mu Feng sneered. Mu Xiongxai shook his head and said, Aonan's bloodline is not suitable for cultivating the great pagoda demon slaying technique, and it is difficult for him to control the power of the pagoda sword, so only you can complete it. The pagoda sword was the treasure of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, and it was a sage-level demon sword. As for the great pagoda demon slaying technique, Mu Feng did not know much about it. Seeing the confusion in Mu Feng's eyes, Mu Xiong immediately explained, Back then, when the ancestor was in the ancient burial heaven domain, the bloodline boundary underwent an acquired mutation, and after achieving the sword demon profound body, he also obtained the sword of the Buddha and the great pagoda devil art. Relying on these 3 fortunes, the ancestor's cultivation increased day by day, and with a single sword strike he defeated all the experts in the region, and created the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. So that's how it is. Mu Feng was surprised. Hey, I thought that Jian Aonan was your illegitimate son, so he's still your godson. Mu Xiongxai was both angry and amused. Compared to him, you're just more suitable. Which one is more powerful, the great pagoda demon slaughtering mantra or the heaven-shocking demon sword? The 2 cannot be compared at all. Until now, I am the only one in the entire Heavenly Sword Pavilion who has learned the great pagoda demon slaying mantra, and I have decided to pass this holy scripture to you. Wait, I haven't agreed to it yet. Mu Feng quickly stopped and solemnly said, I won't be the Pavilion Master, and I don't want to manage this sect. To be honest, I hate everyone here, including you. My father! It had to be said that these words were very hurtful. After saying this, Mu Feng felt a little regretful. He sniffed and turned to leave. I'll be leaving first. As for who to choose as the next Pavilion Master, you can take your time to choose. Anyway, you're only in your 40s. With your cultivation, living for 200 to 300 years shouldn't be a problem. There's bound to be a suitable candidate. There's no time. A few unusually heavy words came from behind him. Mu Feng's footsteps involuntarily paused, and he slightly leaned to the side. What do you mean? When I was cultivating the last level of the great pagoda demon slaughtering art, I made a mistake. Mu Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble. He turned his head. The man in front of him was both unfamiliar and exceptionally familiar. No matter what the situation was, this was an extraordinary and domineering man with an imposing appearance. At this moment, Mu Feng clearly saw a trace of a different kind of fragility in the depths of the other party's eyes. This kind of fragility was something that Mu Feng had never seen before. There was really an unknown change in Mu Xiongxai's body. A mistake? Mu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a low voice, Will I die? Mu Xiongxai's expression was very calm, as if he had already seen through it. He answered, Temporarily not. Which means there's still hope. Maybe. Since there's hope, why are you in such a hurry to pass the position of Pavilion Master to me? Just in case. The conversation between the father and son sounded calm and emotionless. Why would there be a mistake? Mu Feng still asked calmly, but his eyes were fixed on the other party. Because the sword demon Shin body is an acquired, mutated bloodline. Compared to the innately awakened bloodline, it is more difficult to control. And once the sword demon Shin body is activated, the bloodline power will greatly increase, and the original evil aura will form a strange riot. That kind of power can easily awaken the heart demon. Mu Xiongpsai explained. A cold light flashed in Mu Feng's eyes. In other words, the sword demon Shin body is originally an evil bloodline. Although the power is strong, it is difficult to control normally. In addition, the so-called Great Pagoda Demon Slaughtering art will increase the power of the bloodline. So the further it goes, the harder it will be to control, right? You can understand it that way, but I can guide you. That's enough. Mu Xiongpsai. Mu Feng reprimanded the other party sternly. His eyes were suffused with red light, and he looked straight at the other party with hatred. It seems that I shouldn't have any expectations of you. I thought that your attitude towards me had changed these days because you were finally willing to accept me. It turns out that this is your goal. Mu Feng's emotions became more and more unstable. His whole body was trembling, and there seemed to be tears flashing in his eyes. He was extremely disappointed, and he said with a trembling voice, "You yourself failed, and now you want to impose your unwillingness and hope on me. In your eyes, there is only the heavenly sword pavilion, only yourself, only that sword of yours. Have you never thought that I will follow in your footsteps? What if I also fail? What if there is a problem during cultivation? Have you ever thought about this? My biological father, grievance, hatred, and disappointment. The emotions that had been suppressed for more than 10 years erupted in an instant. Mu Xiongkai stood where he was and quietly looked at Mu Feng, who was venting his anger. There was not a single ripple on his calm face, as if there was not the slightest change in his emotions. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion is the life's work of the ancestors. As a descendant of the Mu family, you must protect it. The indifferent voice was as hard as a steel plate. Mu Feng laughed, and his laughter was especially disdainful. He clenched his fists, and his voice was low and resolute. Mu Xiongpsai, I will also tell you today that I will not let you do as you wish, and I will not let you arrange my fate. You are not worthy. Also, please live well. Don't King die in a few days. Otherwise, people will think that I angered you to death. I cannot bear this crime. After speaking, Mu Feng turned around and left without looking back. Mu Xiongpsai stood in the same place and did not move for a long time. To be honest, he had never thought that Mu Feng's emotions would be so out of control. Almost 20 years of resentment between father and son had actually accumulated to this extent. Since young, the two of them had not met more than 10 times. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. In Mu Feng's heart, he was probably completely disappointed. It was late at night, and the air was increasingly cold and gloomy. The crescent moon had hidden behind the gloomy clouds, and it was as lonely as the lonely figure in the square. In a spacious and bright room, Chu Hen sat cross-legged on the bed. After a long time, his heart finally calmed down. Previously, after returning from the Sword Edge Square, Chu Hen faintly felt that his state of mind seemed to be a little chaotic. If it was a normal day, he would be able to calm his state of mind in a cup of tea's time. It took a full half an hour for him to gradually calm down. Forget it, don't think so much. There are only 5 days left until the Sword Law Grand Meet. I should prepare well. Originally, Chu Hen had planned to look for Luo Mengchang after returning. However, he met a group of people from the Shura sect along the way, and also stayed in the Sword Edge Square. When he returned, the lights in Luo Mengchang's room were off, so Chu Hen did not disturb her rest. He thought that he would look for her the next day. Immediately, Chu Hen got rid of the distracting thoughts in his heart and began to cultivate. The 9 Heavens galaxy was dazzling. The vast nebula was boundless and mysterious. Buzz. At this moment, a silver beam of light descended from the sky like a heavenly river, directly landing in a courtyard in the west wing of the frightening Sword Peak. However, the descending beam of light did not attract anyone's attention. Immediately after, the second beam of light descended and similarly arrived at the same location. These two beams of light originated from the Alkaid star and the Mizar star of the Big Dipper. They were obscure and mysterious, an endless stream of star energy gathered in one place, and unknowingly, it was as if it was secretly stealing the creation essence of heaven and earth. Buzz, however, after about half an hour, the third beam of light descended again. Chapter 498. The sky was high, and the clouds were light, and the clouds were lingering. In the morning, Chu Hen slowly opened his eyes, and his bright eyes flashed with a star-like silver light. The power of the stars lingering outside his body quickly converged into his body, and a particularly abundant and stable power filled his whole body. The third level Alioth chapter is indeed much stronger than the first two levels. Last night, Chu Hen had already begun to cultivate the third level of the 7-star scripture. The Alioth chapter's cultivation method needed to reach the fourth level of the void-piercing realm to be able to cultivate. The next level was the standard of the 7th level of the void-piercing realm. As for the last 3 levels, it required the cultivation of the earth profound realm to be able to start cultivating. At this moment, Chu Hen could not help but think of the old guy in the Sacred Star Dynasty. For decades, the other party had been hiding in the palace to cultivate the 7-star scripture, and he did not know to what level he had cultivated. I'm afraid that the old guy should have cultivated to the 4th level. Chu Hen said to himself. When the old guy appeared before, it could be said that he was terrifyingly strong. Judging by the momentum that the other party showed, the strength of the other party had most likely reached the peak of the 9th level of the void-piercing realm, and was not far from the earth profound realm. For the current Chu Hen, the 9th level of the void-piercing realm was still an unchallengeable height. If he wanted to complete his revenge, it would take a lot of time. But no matter what, the blood oath that he had made at the beginning must be fulfilled, and the blood feud of Long Zhan must be avenged, Sacred Star Dynasty. Chu Hen, will definitely return. Chu Hen clenched his fists, and his eyes flashed with determination. A touch of hatred and murderous intent was quietly released from his heart. Hee. At this moment, there was a slight knock on the door. Chu Hen, are you back? Meng Chang. Chu Hen's heart brightened, and the negative emotions in his heart instantly dissipated. He quickly got out of bed, took 2 steps to the door, and opened it. Yes, I'm back. Looking at the beautiful and refined figure in front of him, Chu Hen's mood improved in an instant. Oh, Luo Mingshang nodded, then pouted her lips and muttered in a low voice, You didn't look for me when you came back. Did you have to wait for me to look for you? Chu Hen gently scratched the other party's tall and delicate little nose, and there was a hint of gentleness between his brows. I came back in the middle of the night last night and saw that the lights in your room were off. I didn't want to disturb your rest. I was about to go out to look for you. Then you came over. Really? Luo Mingchang's beautiful eyes squinted at him with a hint of playfulness. Of course it's real. All right. I forgive you. Also, thank you for the handkerchief. Chu Hen took out a silk scarf from his arms as if he was performing a magic trick. Luo Mengchang smiled when she saw it and took it from him. However, Chu Hen turned his arm and took back the scarf. This is mine. It's obviously mine. Give it back to me, Luo Mengchang said. What? Didn't you give it to me? Chu Hen smiled. Luo Mengchang did not say anything. She watched as Chu Hen put the scarf in his arms like it was a treasure, and a faint smile appeared on her pretty face. Let's go. After Chu Hen kept the scarf, he said, I'll accompany you around for the next few days. You're not cultivating anymore. Luo Mingshang was a little surprised. There were only a few days left before the Sword Code Grand Meet. With Chu Hen's personality, he should be making the most of his time to improve his strength. Chu Hen shook his head. My wife is more important. Who's your wife? Shameless. Luo Mingshang's cheeks were slightly red, and her eyes were like ripples as she replied with some dissatisfaction. Although she was not happy with it, there was a hint of sweetness and happiness in her heart. It's only a matter of time. Let's go watch the sunrise. What time is it now? Whose sun is so lazy? It's only coming out now. It doesn't matter. If we can't see the sunrise, we'll just watch the sunset. If we can't see the sunset, we'll just watch the stars and the moon. Whatever you want to see, I'll accompany you. Humph, what a glib tongue. I wonder where you learned such nonsense to deceive young ladies. I won't lie to you. Chu Hen casually held Luo Mingshang's soft and slender hand and led her outside. Luo Mingshang allowed him to hold her hand and did not resist at all. It was rare for Chu Hen to relax. Coupled with Luo Mingshang's company, his mood was exceptionally carefree. What happened last night was thrown to the back of their minds. The two of them played around at various famous scenic spots in the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Today, Luo Mingshang was wearing a white floral dress. She had a refined temperament and was extremely beautiful. Her beautiful long hair was tied up with a green ribbon at the back of her head. She was light and agile, and wherever she went, she would be the center of attention. With the Sword Code Grand meet around the corner, countless geniuses and celebrities from the outside world had gathered in the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Many people were gathered at almost every scenic spot in the mountain range, and the combination of Chu Hen and Luo Mingshang was especially eye-catching. But when they saw Luo Mingshang holding Chu Hen's arm intimately, many young men felt envious and jealous. Sword washing platform. This was a place that many disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion preferred to practice their swordsmanship. The sword platform was built on top of a mountain peak. On the southeast side were huge mountain peaks, while on the northwest side were valleys. In front of them, a waterfall flowed down like a silver spring, and spirit cranes spread their wings and soared in the sky. And on the sword platform, more than 100 disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion were sitting. These disciples were all surrounded by vigorous sword energy. Everyone sat on the same spot without moving, as still as a rock. As they breathed in and out, they used their qi to control the sword energy. The majestic sword energy was like a waterfall that gathered in the sky above the 100 disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. The sword energy revolved in an orderly manner, and every aura was especially steady. There was no conflict between the sword energy, and it was really admirable. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion is indeed worthy of being called the Holy Land of Swordsmanship. This level of control over sword energy is really skilled. It would be fine if there were only a dozen or so people, but more than 100 of them used their qi to control the sword energy at the same time, and they could still do it so steadily. This is really an eye-opener. This year's Sword Code Grand Meet will definitely be a fierce battle, and it will definitely be more exciting than the previous years. I think so too. The 7 absolute prodigies are all here, right? Not all. Blade Absolute Lang Li was killed. Yes, I also heard that he was killed by a newcomer from the Thousand Crane sect. But then I heard that the newcomer has left the Thousand Crane sect. Compared to the 7 absolute prodigies, I'm afraid the people are more looking forward to the 4 great young masters. You're right. I heard that Azura Sect's young master Shui and Thousand Crane Sect's young master Yuan have already arrived. The otherworldly spirit sect's young master Chui is also on his way. As for Moon End City's young master Jade Song Yujie, it seems like he has no intention of participating in the Sword Code Grand Meet. Oh? Young Master Jade is not participating? Why? I heard that he's in seclusion. That's a pity. In terms of the overall strength of the province, young Master Jade is the strongest of the 4 great young masters. It's really a pity that he's not here. However, Being able to witness the demeanor of the other 3 young masters makes this trip worth it. The speaker did not mean anything, but the listener did. Chu Hen, who was standing next to Luo Mengchang, was secretly amazed. This Sword Code Grand Meet was really a gathering of geniuses. Once every 5 years, there were many geniuses rising in the province. Hey, Chu Hen, you guys are here? You've been looking for me for a long time. At this moment, Mu Feng hurriedly ran over and flicked the sweat off his forehead. His eyes were filled with disdain. Yo, looks like you're not bad. You've inherited my skills. Chu Hen smiled, unhappily rolled his eyes at the other party and said, What are you doing here? Don't you know you're disturbing us? Humph, do you think I came here willingly? Someone's looking for you. Mu Feng pouted unhappily. Oh, who's looking for me? Just as he finished speaking, a beautiful figure with long purple hair walked out from behind Mu Feng. She had an absolutely beautiful appearance and a refined temperament. She was not one bit inferior to Luo Mingshang, who was beside Chu Hen. Chapter 499. Instructor! Looking at the beautiful, purple-haired figure behind Mu Feng, Chu Hen's eyes could not help but light up, and his face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. It was none other than the 1,000-crane sex beauty Shilan. Mu Feng stretched out his hand and punched Chu Hen, and then he shook his head and sighed. I was wondering why you just had to run to the 1,000-crane sect. As it turns out, you went there because of Instructor Shilan. After that, Shilan walked over to them. Just as she was about to speak, she was slightly startled. She saw that Luo Mengchang was currently holding onto Chu Hen's arm, looking extremely intimate. Both of you? Oh. Chu Hen recovered from his shock and said with a smile, Instructor, you know her. She's Mengchang from Imperial Martial Academy. Luo Mengchang gently let go of Chu Hen's arm and greeted him politely. Hello, big sister Shilan. In the past, Luo Mengchang had addressed her direct instructor, Honglian, as big sister. Therefore, she naturally addressed Shilan as big sister. Shilan nodded and replied with a faint smile, Yes, hello. Long time no see. Teacher, Chu Hen looked like he wanted to say something, but stopped. Shilan shook her head lightly with a gentle expression in her eyes. It's all right. I'm already aware of what happened at Mount Mang. You're not at fault, so there's no need to apologize to me. Chu Hen heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as she wasn't angry. When it came to the matter of him leaving the 1,000-crane sect, Chu Hen was most afraid that Shilan would get angry. After all, she'd always had high hopes for him. At that time, Chu Hen had left in a fit of rage because he had a grudge with Ko Tian. On the surface, Chu Hen did not do anything wrong. However, in terms of affection, he would more or less let Shilan down. I still have to thank you for killing Langley for me. Teacher, don't say that. Your business is my business, Chu Hen said solemnly. Shilan's beautiful eyes rippled, and her beautiful face softened. At the same time, there was a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Chu Hen nodded slightly and asked tentatively, What do you want to say? Shilan hesitated for a moment before she said, The sect master summoned me before I came to the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. He told me to try my best to persuade you to return to the 1,000-crane sect. As soon as he said this, Mu Feng and Luo Mingshang both looked at Chu Hen. Looks like Chu Hen has sufficiently drawn the attention of the higher-ups of the 1,000-crane sect, and the sect master of the 1,000-crane sect is aware that Shilan has come to persuade him. Do you want me to go back? Chu Hen asked. Shilan was definitely an extremely important person to Chu Hen. Not only was she a teacher, but she was also a friend. Moreover, she was like a family member to him. If Shilan asked him to go back, then Chu Hen would definitely agree. However, to their surprise, Shilan actually shook her head. Luo Mingshang and Mu Feng were quite surprised by her reply. I don't want to put any pressure on you. Shilan replied, You don't have to worry about my feelings. I'm just helping the sect master pass on a message. It's up to you to decide if you want to go back or not. Shilan understood Chu Hen's character very well. If it didn't cross Chu Hen's bottom line, then he wouldn't make a fuss about it. However, Chu Hen had chosen to leave without hesitation, so it was sufficient to show how angry he was. Since he'd already endured so much rage, Shilan didn't want Chu Hen to feel aggrieved again. Of course, there were benefits to returning to the Thousand Crane sect. After all, everything would be much easier with the protection of the sect. Huff! Chu Hen let out a deep sigh of relief. Shilan was always thinking of others. I'll consider this matter after the sword greeting conference ends. Shilan nodded. By the way, instructor, have Qin, Qi, Shu, and the others return to the Thousand Crane sect? Chu Hen suddenly remembered that he'd forgotten about this matter. No, they left with you after hearing that you left. Lu Qi and Qi Teng also left with them. Even Lu Qi and Qi Teng left? Chu Hen was slightly surprised. It was normal for Qin Hua and the others to leave. After all, they'd gone to the Thousand Crane sect to follow him. As for Lu Qi and Qi Teng, they'd left as well. Besides feeling surprised, Chu Hen was also slightly touched. However, when he thought about how Qin, Qi, Shu, and Shu might be on the way to the Sky Sword Pavilion, Chu Hen couldn't help but feel a headache. To be honest, even though those girls were beautiful and cute, Chu Hen really didn't like being pestered by them all the time. Meng Chang, what are you doing here? At this moment, a pleasantly surprised female voice suddenly rang out. Big sister, Instructor Hong Lian. Luo Mengchang's beautiful eyes lit up. Chu Hen's thoughts were interrupted because he saw a group of young men and women with extraordinary bearings walking towards him. One of them was Hong Lian. Long time no see. Big sister, Instructor Hong Lian. Luo Mengchang walked forward. Hong Lian looked at her happily, and her eyes were filled with fondness. It has indeed been a long time. I can't even see through your strength now. Looks like your cultivation has far surpassed mine. Don't call me instructor anymore. It's not very suitable. All right then. Big sister Hong Lian. Luo Mengchang smiled faintly. The members of the Thousand Crane sect stood behind Hong Lian as well. Chu Hen glanced over, and he saw Star Sherwin, Zhen Ju, and Yan Hanlu amongst them. Moreover, there were two other people who emanated extremely powerful auras as well. One of them wore a moon-white robe, seemed refined, and was waving a paper fan in his hand. He was none other than one of the core disciples of the Thousand Crane sect, Shengda. However, the most striking figure amongst them was a young man in black, embroidered clothes who stood at the center. He wasn't especially handsome, but he was very pleasing to the eye. His eyes were very bright, and he had an extraordinary bearing. Moreover, he emanated a form of innate confidence. It's the members of the Thousand Crane sect. Young Master Yuan. Wow, it's Wu Yuan. Young Master Yuan. The arrival of the group from the Thousand Crane sect immediately drew the attention of everyone in the surroundings, and they moved their gazes from the sword purification platform towards them. Wu Yuan, Zhenju, Yan Hanlu, Shengda, Star Sherwin. The core disciples of the Thousand Crane sect are all here. Heaven Rend Hawk and Ko Tianchen seem to be missing. Ko Tianchen won't be able to make it. I heard he's heavily injured. So that's how it is. Needless to say, the auras of the members of the Thousand Crane sect were extremely formidable, especially Wu Yuan. As one of the four great young masters of the prefecture, he was like a dazzling star no matter where he went. Zhan Ju, Yan Hanlu, gazed at Chu Hen who stood before him, and he chuckled lightly like a silver bell. Junior brother Chu Hen, you're not bad, are you? It's all thanks to you. That Ko Tianchen is still lying in bed. The expression of the Thousand Crane sect's disciples had clearly become much colder when this was mentioned. The expressions of all the other disciples of the Thousand Crane sect including Hong Lian, had changed slightly. However, Wu Yuan's expression didn't change at all, and he was extremely calm. As for the other core disciple, Shengda, he revealed a slightly amused smile, just like Yan Hanlu. Chu Hen smiled and didn't say anything. Come back to the 1,000 Crane sect with us once the sword scripture comes to an end. Ko Tianqin's position will definitely be yours. Yan Hanlu walked over to Chu Hen's side and acted as if he was familiar with Chu Hen. Actually, they'd merely met once in the past. There was no interaction between them at all. Chu Hen exchanged a glance with Shilan, and then he replied, "Let's wait and see." Yan Hanlu said, "Then let's do it this way." "Heh, Wu Yuan, you're really late." Right at this moment, a ghastly aura suddenly assaulted the surroundings along with a light chuckle. All of them were instantly shocked by this. Their gazes swept towards the same direction in unison. A group of people exuding a bloodthirsty and murderous aura was slowly making their way over. The leader of the group was fair-skinned and looked weak, but the light in his eyes was so bright that no one dared to look him in the eye. The formless and powerful aura he emanated caused a crowd in the surroundings to instinctively take a few steps back. Many people gazed at the young man with gazes that were filled with deep fear and reverence. Chapter 500. Shui Young Master is here. Along with a ghastly and gloomy aura, Shui appeared unwillingly on the peak of the sword purification platform. Ai Lan, Tu Yi, and a few other top genius disciples of the Azura sect were following behind him. A faint, bloodthirsty aura of slaughter effused out from him. Even though Shui Young Master seemed extremely weak, only the 1,000 Crane sect's Young Master Yuan could go against his aura. There were many enmities between the 1,000 Crane sect and the Azura sect. As soon as they met, the atmosphere here instantly became much more tense. Shui, he stopped less than 3 meters away from Wu Yuan, and he revealed a faint expression of ridicule. "I thought you wouldn't dare to come." His light tone was filled with ridicule. Wu Yuan's slanted brows raised slightly as he rubbed his nose and said, "Yes, how could I not come to such a bustling place? But I regret it when I see your dead face." Shui, he wasn't the slightest bit angry towards Wu Yuan's retort. "Haha, it's very simple if you don't want to see me. Everything can be resolved as long as you're dead. Haha." Wu Yuan crossed his arms before him and laughed lightly with ridicule. "I still think it's more appropriate for you to die." Between the lines of his words, there was an eerie and cold intent. The surrounding spectators instinctively took a few steps back. No one dared guarantee that these two groups wouldn't fight before the sword scripture grand meet. However, everyone's worries seemed to be unnecessary. Both sides didn't reveal too strong battle intent. Shui, he raised his head slightly and smiled lightly with interest as he said, "That person doesn't intend to come this year. Do you have any thoughts about it?" That person, everyone present here, was slightly stunned, and then they recovered from their shock. He was probably talking about the Jade Young Master of the Tsang clan, Tsang Yuje. "Nothing." Wu Yuan replied lazily. "Humph." Shui, he laughed coldly. "I'm not afraid of trouble." "Oh! After I twist your head off, I'll make a trip to Tsang Yuje City." Traces of a cold light appeared in Shui's eyes, and the space between his brows revealed dense confidence. Wu Yuan raised his hand slightly and revealed an indifferent expression. "That's a pretty good idea. I don't think you can beat Tsang Yuje. I wonder if you'll get beaten up if you speak the truth?" "Haha, that's what you think. I think that Tsang Yuje doesn't have the guts to enter the Heavenly Sword Pavilion." "Oh, in that case, let's wait and see." Although the 100 Kingdoms continent's 4 great young masters did not have an exact ranking, it was rumored that Tsang Yuje was the leader of the 4 great young masters based on the overall ability index. As the number 1 genius of the Azura sect, the blood young master Shui, he was naturally unwilling to be placed behind Tsang Yuanjia. Initially, he had wanted to improve the ranking of the 4 great young masters in the upcoming Sword Code Grand Meet. However, he did not expect Song Yujie to go into seclusion. Therefore, he planned to wait until the grand meeting was over before he personally went to the Moon End City to challenge young Master Yu. Who? Suddenly, another wave of powerful aura faintly shook the confrontation between the two sides. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they looked over. On a heavenly bridge to the south of the sword-cleansing platform, a team with an amazing momentum was heading towards another peak as if nothing had happened. This team did not gather because of the two top geniuses, the Blood Young Master and the Blood Young Master. They were like passers-by, walking past on their own. Just as they were about to cross the bridge, a few young men and women in the lead turned their heads slightly to look at the team from the Azura sect and the Thousand Crane sect. Their eyes were calm and indifferent, and they did not show much emotion. A transcendent aura swept over, and this aura attracted the attention of countless people. It's the team from Taishao City. A cry of surprise came from the crowd. They're finally here. I heard that a few outstanding geniuses have appeared in Taishao City in recent years. Mu Yifeng, Mu Hongzhou. They are all extremely talented, especially Mu Yifeng. It is said that he has already reached the 5th rank of the void-piercing realm. He is also a strong contender for first place in this grand meet. In recent years, Taishao City has been rising day by day. I believe it won't be long before they can stand shoulder to shoulder with first-rate forces. Yes, Taishao City has this potential. Everyone lowered their heads and whispered to each other. Taishao City? A look of astonishment appeared on Chu Hen's face. He asked Xilan beside him in a low voice, "Teacher, why haven't I heard of this organization before?" Xilan smiled. "You've only been out of the Sacred Star Empire for a short time, so it's not surprising that you haven't heard of some forces. All right, the ruler of Taishao City is the Mu clan. This clan is a new force in the province. It has great potential for development, but its only shortcoming is that it doesn't have enough resources. Compared to those first-rate sects, there is still a gap. However, the overall strength of the younger generation is not bad, and there is still hope for the future." Xilan's red lips parted slightly, and she gently introduced to Chu Hen. Chu Hen nodded to show that he understood. However, Chu Hen did not notice that Luo Mingshang's expression seemed to be a little complicated at this moment. She looked at the team from Taishao City in front of her, and there was a faint trace of emotion in her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking about. Soon, the people of Taishao City walked across the sky bridge, leaving behind a group of proud backs. Wu Yuan and he could not help but look at each other. The latter sneered and asked frivolously, "You know them?" Wu Yuan replied indifferently, "I've never heard of them. It seems that there are quite a lot of little brats jumping around this year. Don't die halfway, hee. Haha, we'll see." The battle did not continue. After that, the teams from the Shura sect and the Thousand Cranes sect left one after another. In Shui's eyes, besides Wu Yuan, there was also Chu Hen, who had been standing at the back of the group. From the beginning to the end, there was no negotiation between the two sides. However, Chu Hen could clearly feel the chilliness coming from Shui's body, as well as the cold gazes of Ai Lan, Tu Yi, and the others. After that, Chu Hen, Luo Mingshang, Xilan, and Mu Feng stayed together. Most of the time it was Chu Hen and Xilan who were chatting. Luo Mingshang did not seem to be in a good mood. As for Mu Feng, he seemed to be preoccupied and would be distracted from time to time. He was not as lively as he used to be. He learned from Xilan that the grudge between her and Red Lotus had been resolved. With Lang Li's death, Xilan's last bit of resentment toward her younger brother Shichen was released. However, what was different from before was that the gaze she used to look at Chu Hen was no longer like how she looked at her own brother. Instead, she looked at him as an equal. However, from time to time, there would be a hint of gentleness that even Xilan did not notice in her eyes. It was almost evening. Chu Hen and Luo Mingshang returned to their residence. Before they parted, Chu Hen put his hand on her shoulder and asked with concern, "What's wrong? You look absent-minded." "I'm not." Luo Mengshang smiled. "Tell me the truth. You can't fool my eyes." "I'm really not." Luo Mengshang shifted her gaze to the side. Chu Hen exerted some strength in his arms and pulled her into his arms, gently hugging her back. Luo Mengshang obediently leaned her head on Chu Hen's shoulder and curled up in his arms like a cute and obedient kitten. "She was fine when we went out in the morning. What made my wife unhappy? I'll help you vent your anger," Chu Hen said softly as if he was caring for his beloved. Luo Mengshang buried her head in Chu Hen's arms and muttered in dissatisfaction, "Who's your wife? If you continue to ruin my reputation, I won't be able to get married. It's better if you can't get married. Then you can only follow me. You're so naughty." Luo Mengshang clenched her small fists and lightly hammered Chu Hen's shoulders. All right, I surrender." Chu Hen smiled and held her shoulders again. He looked at her with a gentle gaze and said, "No matter what happens, I'll stand by your side." Luo Mengshang's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and the inexplicable gloominess on her face gradually disappeared. "I know, it's really nothing. Don't worry." A bright and moving smile appeared in front of Chu Hen again. After that, Chu Hen did not think too much about it. After agreeing to go to daybreak to watch the sunrise the next day, they both returned to their respective rooms. When he returned to his room, Chu Hen adjusted his condition. He first condensed the runes on the 20 copper plates and recorded them in detail according to their attributes. Then he continued to practice the Alioth chapter of the 7-star scripture. The top geniuses from the major factions of the 100 Nations continent arrived at the Heavenly Sword Pavilion one after another. The scale of the Sword Codex Grand Meet exceeded Chu Hen's expectations. Young Master Yuan and Young Master Shui had already arrived, and Young Master Yi Chi was already on his way. Mu Yifeng from Taishao City had also attracted everyone's attention, facing so many top geniuses from various factions. Chu Hen did not dare to underestimate them in the slightest. In the next few days, the entire Heavenly Sword Pavilion became more and more lively. Chu Hen spent the day accompanying Luo Mengshang, and at night practicing the 7-star scripture and the rune technique. Various geniuses from various factions gathered here. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Sword Codex Grand Meet had arrived. While everyone was looking forward to it, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion had set off an exciting moment. Boom! The thunderous sound of cannon salutes reverberated in all directions from the various peaks of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. The 10 peaks were used as the venue for the preliminary round of the Sword Codex Grand Meet. More than 10,000 geniuses participated in the competition on the platform. Wind and clouds gathering from all directions. Like the opening of a new chapter in an epic, the 10 peaks that served as the venue pierced through the clouds like sharp swords piercing through the air. Majestic and imposing, the peaks of the peaks were already filled with a sea of people, bustling with noise and excitement. A battle platform had already been built on each of the peaks. The sky was filled with rainbow-colored petals that danced in the air, and the geniuses were overwhelmed with emotions. Chapter 501. The Sword Cannon Grand Meet was about to begin. Over tens of thousands of geniuses were spread out on the 10 peaks that resembled swords. Their auras shot into the sky, and their hearts surged with excitement. The battle between the geniuses was about to begin. Peak number 6 Arena. Chu Hen stood on a vast plaza. Numerous young geniuses were gathered around him. In the center of the plaza, there was a grand arena that caused the blood in the bodies of countless people to faintly become restless. The rules of this year's Prefecture Grand Meet were different from previous years. They used the rules of an elimination tournament. Because there were numerous geniuses and famous people from all walks of life participating in the Sword Cannon Grand Meet, the participants were divided into 10 arenas. Chu Hen was on peak number 6. He swept his gaze across the surroundings and didn't see anyone he was familiar with. There were a few disciples from the Thousand Crane sect who were allocated here, but Chu Hen didn't recognize any of them. After that, a few attendants from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion arrived at the arena. One of them, an old man dressed in plain clothes, ascended the arena. The atmosphere instantly became much calmer and quieter. The old man looked around at the crowd, and his powerful voice spread out like a tide. First of all, I welcome all of you who have come to participate in the Sword Cannon Grand Meet of our sect. I won't say anything unnecessary. The rules of the Sword Cannon Grand Meet are as follows. If you win 10 battles in a row on this arena, you will be qualified to enter the final battle. Win 10 battles in a row. Whoosh! An uproar instantly arose from the crowd when these words were spoken. It didn't sound like a big deal, as it was just defeating 10 opponents. But it was absolutely extremely difficult to actually do it. Fighting 10 battles in a row was an extremely huge test to the participants' physical strength. If they encountered 1 or 2 opponents who were evenly matched and had similar levels of cultivation as them, then it would be even more difficult. Listen up, it's 10 battles in a row. Even if you win 9 battles in a row, if you lose the last battle, you will be considered to have been eliminated. The old man from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion added. Most of the people present instantly felt the pressure multiply. This sort of winning streak was simply like trampling on their opponents step by step. But it just so happened that all the geniuses gathered at the Heavenly Sword Pavilion came from different clans and powers. They didn't know much about each other. In this kind of situation where he knew nothing about his opponent, it was very stressful to want to achieve 10 consecutive victories. This was especially true when you had displayed your strength and trump cards after several bitter battles. It was even easier for others to find your weakness and launch a counterattack. However, the rules had already been set. No matter how difficult it was, everyone could only accept it. I solemnly announce that the preliminary round of the Sword Cannon Grand Meet begins now. Begin, boom, bang. The continuous salutes of the cannons ignited a frenzy in the arena. The momentum of the cannons was earth-shattering, and it echoed in all directions. At this moment, the entire Heavenly Sword Pavilion was in an uproar. After finishing his words, the old man immediately left the fighting ring. Swish! Then 2 swift and fierce figures landed on the stage from different directions. One of them was holding a saber, while the other was holding a sword. Their powerful auras were instantly released, causing a series of dull explosions in the air. Who are you, little rascal? Tell me your name. I, Zhao Qiu, don't kill nameless people. The man holding the saber raised the lightsaber in his hand. A dazzling white light immediately burst out from it, and an invisible wave of air pressed down on the person in front of him. Humph! Huagang of the Xiaolin sect. If you know what's good for you, it's better for you to join me now. Otherwise, don't blame my sword for being merciless. The young man holding the sword was also not to be outdone. He was young and full of vigor. The sword in his hand was surrounded by a circle of condensed golden sword chi, and a buzzing sound was heard on the stage. Zhao Qiu's eyes turned cold, and he smiled coldly. Then let's see who's the real deal. Do you think I'm afraid of you? In an instant, the two of them engaged in an intense battle. The saber and sword clashed, and a series of sparks burst out on the stage. The domineering saber radiance and the swift and fierce sword chi were like auroras colliding. Chi waves flew everywhere, and it was especially dazzling. Good. Zhao Qiu will win. Go Huagang. The companions who accompanied the two of them let out a series of cheers. The two of them were not weak. Both of them had a cultivation base of rank 3 Void Piercing Realm. The light patterns on the battle stage were dazzling. In terms of momentum, it was obvious that Zhao Qiu, who used a saber, had the upper hand. In terms of flexibility, Huagang was a notch higher. Based on the current situation, the two of them were relatively evenly matched, and it was hard to see who would win the first battle. Eat my sword. Suddenly, Hua Gang's momentum rose, and he stabbed his sword at his opponent's lower body. Waves of dazzling brilliance bloomed like the sun, and the crowd was shocked. This sword momentum could be said to be unusually fierce. Huh! Zhao Qiu let out a cold laugh, and with both feet on the ground, he immediately leaped into the sky. Where do you think you're going? Hua Gang shouted, and his sword momentum overlapped. A circle of vigorous sword qi coiled around his body like a spirit snake, rolling up a strong momentum and chasing after Zhao Qiu. However, at this moment, Zhao Qiu suddenly stopped moving. He raised the lightsaber in his hand and swung it at Hua Gang, who was below him, in a diving manner. Get out of here! Boom! In the next moment, a turbulent flame surged out of Zhao Qiu's body. The lightsaber in his hand flowed with spiritual patterns, as if it had been soaked in the holy light of the sun. Rays of dazzling cyclone surrounded it like ripples, and it was extremely imposing. Hua Gang did not expect his opponent to suddenly counterattack. In a hurry, he hurriedly put his sword in front of him to block. Bang! A heavy and violent shockwave exploded in the air, and a mountain-like impact force poured down. Space faintly trembled, and chaotic true essence, light patterns bloomed like a rain of light. This extremely powerful attack directly forced Hua Gang to retreat. Good. Zhao Qiu's companions applauded loudly. Then, even more vigorous true yuan quickly gathered into the blade in Zhao Qiu's hand, and the biting cold saber momentum crushed down again. Hee, go to hell! Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely solid, crescent-shaped saber radiance fell from the sky, and with a shocking momentum, it struck Hua Gang's body. The saber radiance scattered in all directions, and blood rained down. Ah! Hua Gang let out a painful scream, and was directly sent flying off the stage. He rolled on the ground with his sword, and scarlet blood gushed out from the wound on his chest. The first battle had ended, and there was a commotion below the stage. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion Warden in charge of this battle raised his eyelids slightly and said indifferently, "One, victory!" Swoosh! Before the warden finished speaking, another figure with extraordinary momentum flew onto the stage. Zhao Qiu, who had not even caught his breath, pointed his saber at his opponent and said, "Tell me your name." Chapter 502. As the prologue to the Sword Codex Grand Meet was raised, the competition between the geniuses on the 10 giant peaks and the 10 competition grounds began almost at the same time. Noisy and lively noises reverberated across the various mountain peaks' competition grounds. The entire Heavenly Sword Pavilion was enveloped in a jubilant atmosphere. Chu Hen was in the 6th competition grounds. The intense battle raged on like a raging fire. Many miserable figures continuously fell from the high platform. This was already the 10th round of the competition. The blade-wielding young man, who had won the first round, was defeated in the second round. In other words, his opponent's good luck had only brought him the first victory. So far, the person with the highest winning streak had only won 3 rounds, and was stopped at the 4th. This caused the numerous geniuses in the audience to become increasingly cautious. They did not dare to rashly step onto the stage. Even some of the slightly famous geniuses in the prefecture region were observing them. Honestly speaking, in Chu Hen's eyes, the battles on the stage were not particularly entertaining. Even though sparks flew in all directions and the battles were exceptionally intense, in Chu Hen's eyes, the majority of the moves and techniques were full of loopholes. It seems like there's no need to wait any longer. Chu Hen softly muttered as a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly rose on the stage. A cloud of dust and light was swept away. A piercingly cold shockwave caused a series of trembling noises. A blood-covered figure tumbled heavily onto the ground. 3 consecutive victories, tying the previous best record. The Sword Pavilion administrator in charge of this competition indifferently announced. There was a burst of cheers from the audience. Standing on the stage was a burly man who was more than 2 meters tall. He looked disdainfully at the wretched man he had thrown off the stage. "Ha ha! You want to participate in the prefecture region's grand meet with this kind of standard? Go back and train for a few more years. What a disgrace! Ha 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 ha, well said. Hu Jiu will definitely win. He will be the first to win 10 consecutive victories. Your momentum is pretty good. Keep it up." The man named Hu Jiu was especially proud, but it must be said that he had the right to be proud. Although he had only tied the previous best record, the people who had won 3 matches in a row before him had a more difficult time winning. By the 4th match, they could no longer hold on. However, along the way, Hu Jiu's momentum was like a rainbow. He defeated 3 opponents in a row, and all of them were won within a few moves. Now he was still full of energy and emitted a mountain-like aura. "Who dares to come up next?" Hu Jiu shouted loudly, seemingly provoking all the geniuses present. Many of them had hesitant looks on their faces. Everyone had witnessed Hu Jiu's performance earlier, and the power he exuded was quite intimidating. It was inevitable that everyone would observe for a while longer, let the others go first, and then wait for them to exhaust themselves. Swish! At this moment, a slender and handsome young figure suddenly appeared on the stage. Everyone was slightly stunned. The other party's speed was extremely fast, but the moment his feet touched the ground, not a single speck of dust was stirred up. His aura was restrained and extremely steady. It gave people a feeling that it was difficult to see through. Another one who's not afraid of death has come." Hu Jiu sneered as he gazed at the thin and weak young man. "Stinking kid, tell me your name." After that, someone below the arena reminded him. "Hu Jiu, watch out. He's Chu Hen." "What?" Swoosh! As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of clamorous noise arose from below the arena. Some exclaimed with surprise, while others revealed puzzled expressions. "Who's Chu Hen? Which sect is he from? I've never heard of him. I don't know the specifics. Supposedly, he's a new disciple of the Thousand Crane sect, and he rose to the position of first amongst the hall disciples during the newcomer test." "What the fuck? He's that strong?" "That's not all. I heard that even the Sky Splitter Hawk, Ko Tianqin, lost to him. Even the core disciple of the Azure sect, Tu Yi, wasn't able to gain an advantage against him. It's just a rumor. Who would believe that? I don't know. I heard it's true. Logically speaking, the trouble that Chu Hen caused in the Thousand Crane sect and Mount Mang Forest should have caused quite a stir in the entire province. However, the sword scripture event had arrived. It caused the attention of the entire province to be drawn to the sky-split Sword Pavilion. So, the series of disturbances related to Chu Hen was concealed, coupled with the fact that the 100 Kingdoms continent was vast with abundant resources. It was normal that most of the geniuses from the various powers hadn't heard of the name Chu Hen. Hu Jiu frowned slightly as he listened to the low voices of the crowd below, and then he stared at Chu Hen with a slightly solemn gaze. "Humph, I don't care who you are. Since you're here, then you're bound to be trampled beneath my feet." Chu Hen grinned as if he was harmless, and then he raised his left hand and said, "Are you done? If you are, then let's begin. I'm in a hurry." His tone was gentle, and he seemed to be very relaxed. Hu Jiu's face darkened, and a majestic true origin energy immediately erupted from his body. The surging true origin energy was like a rising flame, and it enveloped Hu Jiu's entire body like boiling water. What a shocking aura! The crowd was secretly shocked. It seemed that Hu Jiu was going to use his full strength. "Brat, I'm going to smash your bones." As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Jiu stomped his feet, and the platform cracked. He was like an enraged bear as he charged straight at Chu Hen. A powerful aura rushed down, but Chu Hen still stood calmly in the same place. His pitch-black and clear eyes were as calm as an ancient well. Hu Jiu revealed a ruthless expression, and his fist, which was wrapped in a powerful cyclone, fiercely punched at Chu Hen's chest. It moved like rolling thunder, and its power was awe-inspiring. Bang! An explosion rang out in the air, and the expressions of the crowd below changed. Hu Jiu's powerful punch actually hit the air, and it was forcefully hit in the air. Just now, just when the opponent's attack was about to touch Chu Hen's body, everyone only saw a flash of light, and then Chu Hen suddenly disappeared. Where did he go? However, in the next moment, a calm and reserved figure suddenly appeared behind Hu Jiu. Hu Jiu, behind you! Before the person below the stage could finish speaking, Chu Hen raised his right hand and turned it into a palm knife. He backhandedly attacked the opponent's back. A series of hand shadows appeared in the air. Chu Hen's moves seemed slow, but in fact they were extremely swift and fierce. Hu Jiu was just about to turn around, but Chu Hen's palm knife fell lightly on the opponent's back like a feather. Bang! In the next second, Hu Jiu's strong body rose into the air and was directly sent flying. He fell heavily on the ground like a big sandbag. He lay on the ground silently, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. The battle was over in an instant. It was straightforward and neat. Countless people below the stage were stunned, and their faces were full of astonishment. Was it over? Wasn't it too fast? Looking at the young figure on the stage, many people who had doubts about Chu Hen could not help but believe the rumors outside these days. This Chu Hen was really terrifyingly strong. One victory, the attendant loudly announced, looking at Chu Hen with a bit of admiration in his eyes. Humph, let me have a taste of your skills. Immediately, a young figure with a strong momentum flew onto the fighting stage and confronted Chu Hen. Chu Hen smiled indifferently. Let's begin. Humph, don't be too proud. It's just a stupid bear. It's nothing. About 2 seconds later, there was a muffled bang. With a muffled sound, another figure flew off the stage and fell to the ground like a dead dog, motionless. 2 victories in a row. As time went by, the atmosphere in the 6th area became more and more strange. The other mountain areas were noisy, and the momentum was surging. However, the 6th area was extremely quiet. It seemed that only heavy objects falling to the ground and the steward's announcement could be heard. 4 victories in a row. 5 victories in a row. 6 victories in a row. 9 victories in a row. When the steward's voice stopped at 9 victories in a row, the contestants in the entire area were completely numb. From the beginning to the end, the scene in front of everyone was basically repeating over and over again 9 battles in a row, and all of them were knocked off the fighting stage by Chu Hen with one move. Is this a F***king hallucination? Try and slap me. Slap. Damn it, I'll let you slap yourself. The entire audience was filled with all sorts of noises. Everyone's gaze towards Chu Hen had changed. This guy was really not easy to deal with. Does anyone else want to challenge me? The steward nodded slightly and said in a slightly arrogant tone. Everyone below the stage was silent, and they didn't even think about it. Since no one dares to challenge him, then there is no need for the 10th round. I announce, wait. At this moment, a gloomy and cold voice made the atmosphere quiet down. Everyone looked in the same direction. Immediately, a young figure with an extraordinary aura slowly walked toward the fighting stage. Who is he? Everyone's eyes were focused on his palms. They saw that his hands were surrounded by dazzling golden light patterns, and the skin of his palms had a crystal clear golden luster. An obscure and restless energy wave gushed out from his palms. Palm extinction, Lu Tianyang. I was wondering why there was such a powerful aura. So it's palm extinction, one of the 7 ultimate sky prides, Lu Tianyang. This is going to be interesting. He might even win 10 victories in a row. What are you looking at? A few months ago, in the 10,000 Beasts Ridge, Lu Tianyang was already defeated by Chu Hen. This time, he is obviously here for revenge. Lu Tianyang walked steadily to the fighting stage. With every step he took, the aura he emitted became stronger, and the luster on his palms became brighter. "Hey, do you still remember me?" Lu Tianyang looked at Chu Hen coldly, and a cold aura surged out of his body. Chapter 503. You can make your move now. Chu Hen crossed his arms in front of him and looked at his opponent from the corner of his eyes. The frivolous smile at the corner of his mouth didn't show much emotion. It was as if Lu Tianyang wasn't any different from the previous 9 people in his eyes. However, in Lu Tianyang's eyes, it was like meeting an enemy, and his eyes were exceptionally red. He stared coldly at Chu Hen. Today, I'll definitely get back what I owe you in the 10,000 Beast Ridge with interest. Chu Hen shrugged slightly and said, Are you done? If you're done, then let's begin. I'm really in a hurry. If you still think I'm at the same level as before, then you're gravely mistaken. Today, you're destined to pay the price for your ignorance. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, an astonishing and majestic aura was released from Lu Tianyang's body. His eyes turned cold as he flipped his hand and pushed it out, but it hit the ground. Immediately after, a circle of gorgeous golden brilliance spread out along the surface of the stage. Like a tide, it extended towards Chu Hen in front of him. The strange yet astonishing palm strength had even dyed the stone tiles on the stage into a dazzling golden color. Facing the golden brilliance that spread out from the ground in front of him, Chu Hen lifted his eyelids, and a piercingly cold aura surged out from his body. Bang! Like a surging tide, the surging palm strength on the platform seemed to have collided with a reef. It stopped about 2 meters in front of Chu Hen, and a surging wave of true origin burst out. In the next moment, Lu Tianyang suddenly disappeared on the spot. He swept up an unstoppable attack and charged towards Chu Hen. His hands that seemed to have been soaked in the holy light of the sun bloomed with a gorgeous light. The vigorous golden light enveloped Lu Tianyang's body like a whirlwind. Diamond Strength Palm Force. Along with a loud shout, Lu Tianyang struck out with both of his palms at full speed. The terrifying palm force that was like a tempestuous wave caused the space on the platform to tremble violently. It looked as if Lu Tianyang's palms were controlling 2 balls of light from the sun. The terrifying lethality caused fear to rise in people's hearts. This match is going to be interesting. Everyone in the audience thought to themselves. However, just at that time, Chu Hen unhurriedly extended both of his fists. Strands of star power were like silver-colored light vines and converged towards his arms, completely condensing at the tip of his fists. One was the radiance of the sun, the other was the sacred radiance of the stars. The former was fierce and furious, while the latter was reserved and calm. Boom! In an instant, the power of Chu Hen's fists collided head-on with Lu Tianyang's powerful palm energy. The entire stage shook violently and sparks flew everywhere. True origin mixed with each other. 1 gold and 1 silver. 2 kinds of rich true origin spread in all directions. It was as if a huge water ball had exploded from the center. The chaotic aftermath covered the sky and the earth, and it stirred up chaotic gales. The crowd below the stage could not help but take a few steps back. Many people secretly circulated the true essence in their bodies to resist. Light patterns intersected with each other on the stage, and the defensive formation automatically activated. It was like the blood vessels in a human body opening and closing as it absorbed the remnant waves of power that flew about recklessly. It did its best to ensure that the battlefield would not be flattened into ruins. But even so, the terrifying energy confrontation between the 2 of them caused the ground beneath their feet to crack like a spider web. The golden palm energy and the silver fist energy formed 2 agile, swimming dragons, colliding in front of the 2. Silver light flickered and golden light bloomed. It looks even worse than before. The space between Chu Hen's brows was filled with a relaxed expression. Shortly after, his arms exerted force once again. Powerful starlight directly crushed the golden palm force that lingered between Lu Tianxiang's palms. What? The audience below the stage was shocked. Boom! The torrent of starlight fist energy poured down, and Lu Tianyang was directly sent flying. Humph! Lu Tianyang's face sank as he stabilized his figure dozens of meters in the air, looking down at Chu Hen, who was surrounded by starlight. Don't be happy too early. Buzz! Before he finished speaking, a torrential aura whistled out like a tsunami. The airflow in the heavens and earth rapidly flowed, and the spiritual energy in the entire mountain range gathered around Lu Tianyang. Along with the increasingly powerful pressure, Lu Tianyang's body emitted a golden radiance, and the wantonly surging true essence converged. In just a blink of an eye, under the astonished gazes of the audience, a domineering golden giant appeared under the sky. The golden giant looked as if it was made of copper, and its entire body was flowing with dazzling light patterns. Its imposing manner was as powerful as a divine general. It's the Vajra profound physique bloodline limit. A loud cry came from below the stage. Lu Tianyang had the Vajra profound physique. This kind of bloodline limit was extremely powerful in both offense and defense. Previously in the battle at the 10,000 Beast Ridge, Lu Tianyang had once transformed into this state to fight against Chu Hen, but in the end, he was defeated by the combination of Chu Hen's Alcade Slash and Alcade Star Flash. It had to be said that Lu Tianyang's control over the power of the bloodline limit was stronger than when he was at the 10,000 Beast Ridge. Just based on the imposing manner, there was a huge difference between before and after. Even so, it still caused Chu Hen to not have the mood to treat it cautiously. There's really no end to it. 2 sharp bolts of dark lightning flashed in Chu Hen's eyes, and a fierce and manic aura was quietly released. Lu Tianyang, who had transformed into the Vajra profound physique, had his imposing manner explosively increase. He stood in the sky in front of everyone like a mountain, full of majestic aura. The one with the surname Chu. Today I'll show you how much I've improved. Along with the rumbling sound of thunder, Lu Tianyang raised the vast and mighty palm that seemed to be made of gold and set off a terrifying pressure to suppress Chu Hen. But at the same time, Chu Hen rose from the ground and met the attack head-on with the momentum of rushing towards the sky. Sizzle. In the process of moving, concentrated black lightning quickly darted out of Chu Hen's body. Like a happy lightning snake, it interweaved into a 3-dimensional net of light, completely covering Chu Hen's entire body inside. What's that? The power of dark lightning. Many people's eyes were filled with astonishment. In the next second, under the shocked gazes of everyone on the entire mountain range, Chu Hen, who was surrounded by dark lightning patterns, directly collided with the giant golden palm of Lu Tianyang's Vajra profound physique. The rather shocking scene caused everyone's eyes to widen and their hearts to surge with emotions. In front of the giant Vajra profound physique, Chu Hen seemed especially small, like a black butterfly that had crashed into the palm of a human. However, this seemingly tiny butterfly possessed the explosive power of a meteorite. Boom! The moment the two collided, it was like a meteorite flying from the heavens had crashed into the mountain range. The world darkened, and chaotic and berserk true origin wantonly exploded in the sky. Something that made everyone even more astonished happened. Chu Hen, who was surrounded by dense dark lightning, was like a hot knife through butter. Like a flying arrow that had traveled through thousands of years, he unceasingly attacked the huge King Kong's arm. Rumble! It was earth-shattering, and thunderous booms pierced the ears. The huge arm of the Vajra body was like a statue made of stone. Under the violent impact, it was like tofu dregs that were being smashed into pieces and shattered inch by inch. What a terrifying impact! Lu Tianyang kicked an iron plate. In the blink of an eye, the giant Vajra profound arm was instantly smashed and the chaotic explosion of true origin filled the sky and earth. Without giving the audience any chance to catch their breath, Chu Hen directly dragged a powerful afterimage in the air. His body, which was swallowing the power of dark lightning, was like a swordfish that plunged into the center of the chest of the Vajra profound body and chased after Lu Tianyang, who was hiding inside. Bang! An earth-shattering sound, like a star exploding, rang out. The Vajra profound body, suspended in the sky above the battle platform, suddenly exploded. Chapter 504. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded like the collapse of a mountain. Lu Tianyang's Vajra body, which he was so proud of, shattered inch by inch, exploding into countless golden clouds. Pitch-black lightning covered the sky and covered the earth. It was as if tens of thousands of birds were crying loudly. The noisy and impassioned noise caused everyone's eardrums to buzz and their hearts to palpitate. Immediately after, a miserable figure covered in blood drifted down from the chaotic energy clouds. It's Lu Tianyang. Everyone's pupils constricted at the sight of this. Bang! Lu Tianyang heavily smashed onto the stage. Tiny black lightning patterns flowed and flickered around his body. His clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in countless wounds. His eyes dimmed as he looked at the chaotic sky. An unprecedented sense of defeat occupied his mind. Next, another swift and fierce figure flashed out from the chaotic clouds and landed steadily on the ground, not stirring up a single speck of dust. Everyone in the audience was shocked. There was not a single wound on Chu Hen's body. Even his clothes were not messed up. Even his aura was as steady as before. Hiss! The crowd gasped. At this moment, no one doubted that Chu Hen's defeat of Ko Tianqin, Tu Yi, and the others were just rumors. He had won 10 consecutive battles without any pressure. In particular, the last battle was against Lu Tianyang. He had been waiting for his opponent to tire him out, but he had still ended up badly battered. This result was truly unexpected. 10 consecutive victories, the elderly administrator below the stage announced in admiration. Congratulations, you have advanced to the next round. Hua! The atmosphere below the stage became even more chaotic. There was both surprise, envy, and reverence. It seemed that another powerful dark horse had appeared in this year's Sword Codex Grand Meet. Chu Hen coldly glanced at Lu Tianyang, who was not far away. He should have ended Lu Tianyang's life back at the 10,000 Beast Ridge. But now there was no need for that. The gap between the two had long since become an insurmountable chasm. To kill or not to kill was not important at all. After that, Chu Hen didn't spare Lu Tianyang another glance, and his figure flashed as he soared into the sky and left. The deacon elder wrote the 2 words Chu Hen on a white scroll and announced in a clear voice, "The competition continues." After leaving the 6th peak, Chu Hen headed straight for the 9th competition zone. Luo Mengchang was assigned to that division. The 2 of them had agreed before that whoever finished their match first would go to their respective division to find the other. Without a doubt, the speed at which Chu Hen completed his advancement was extremely fast. In the first 9 out of the 10 battles, Lu Tianxiang was defeated with 1 move. In the end, he did not spend too much time defeating Lu Tianxiang. However, for the first dozen or so battles, Chu Hen had been standing in the audience. At this time, Chu Hen did not know what was going on with Luo Mengchang. Along the way, the fierce turbulence that originated from the other mountain ranges came one after another. True essence collided, martial skills crossed, and the cheers and shouts of the crowd were endless, spreading in all directions. The noisy and lively scene rose and fell like waves, one wave after another. It showed the grandeur of the Xianzhou region competition. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Chu Hen arrived at the 9th peak. Compared to the 6th competition zone, the 9th peak was wider and grander, but in terms of height, it was much shorter. The competition zone in the 9th competition zone was different from the 6th competition zone. This arena was built in the middle of 2 mountain ridges. It was not on the peak of the mountain. The cliffs on both sides were steep, and they seemed to be facing each other. In the middle, there was an iron chain that was more than 100 feet long, connecting the 2 peaks like a chain bridge. At this moment, an intense battle was unfolding in the sky. The 2 of them surrounded the chain bridge and continuously attacked each other. Sparks flew everywhere, and the space trembled. A series of afterimages appeared in the air, dazzling everyone's eyes. At the same time, the surroundings of the arena below were packed with people. The dense crowd was watching the intense battle in the sky with rapt attention. Cheers and cheers could be heard from time to time. Go, senior brother Sherwin Shing. End his 9-match winning streak. Mu Hongzhou will definitely win. He will definitely obtain 10 consecutive victories. Hearing the cheers of the crowd, Chu Hen was slightly startled. There was actually Sherwin Shing? No wonder the auras that erupted from both sides were so strong. It was a battle between experts. Sherwin Shing was a rather famous genius in the province. He was one of the 5 core disciples of the Thousand Crane sect, so he was naturally not weak. However, what caused Chu Hen to be surprised was that his opponent had already won 9 rounds of matches. This meant that Sherwin Shing was waiting for him to exhaust himself. Looking up, Sherwin Shing's opponent was a young man who was extremely skilled in close-range combat. He was extremely fast, and his reactions were extremely strong. He was outstanding in both offense and defense. Chu Hen nodded to himself. The 100 Nations province was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Mu Hongzhou will definitely win. Let them know that the younger generation of Taishao City is not inferior to the Thousand Crane sect. Don't be too smug. Taishao City is only a rising star. How many years has it been? He dares to compete with the Thousand Crane sect strength? I'm talking about the younger generation's geniuses. I'm not talking about their strength. It's too easy for him to defeat Sherwin Shing. Mu Hongzhou was a genius of the Mu clan of Taishao City. In recent years, the gradual rise of Taishao City had attracted the attention of all the forces in the province. Mu Hongzhou and Mu Yifeng, the 2 great geniuses, were also favored by many people, especially the latter. Mu Yifeng, who had reached the 5th rank of the void-piercing realm, was even listed as a popular candidate to compete with the Blood Young Master Shui He, the Yuan Young Master Wu Yuan, the Yi Young Master Cui Qi, and the other top geniuses. Judging from the strength that Mu Hongzhou had displayed so far, Taishao City had most likely come prepared this year. Bang! Sherwin Shing and Mu Hongzhou collided head-on with a powerful blow. The true origin around their bodies was extremely restless. It was like a flame that had blended with a gale. Their auras that could topple mountains and overturn the seas clashed in the sky. Admit defeat. Sherwin Shing shouted coldly. Mu Hongzhou sneered disdainfully. Haha, it seems like you haven't gained any advantage. Isn't it too early for you to say something like that? You'll know whether it's early or not next. There's no need to wait for next, because you won't have a chance. What? Everyone in the audience was slightly shocked. Clatter, Mu Hongzhou put his palms together, and a strange wave of energy was released from his body. In the next moment, with Sherwin Shing as the center, the void in all directions began to shake uneasily. Following that, layers of black light suddenly appeared in front of them, left and right, up and down. The 6 layers of black light intersected with each other, and the edges fused seamlessly. In the blink of an eye, a transparent black cube that was more than 10 meters wide trapped Sherwin Shing within. You think this thing can trap me? You're too naive. Sherwin Shing shouted coldly and set off a wave of true origin power that was like a surging wave to attack the black cube. Bang! As the attack landed, it was accompanied by a muffled sound. The surface of the cube rippled like water, and circles of ripples appeared. Following that, The second impact came again, and countless long and narrow lines had already appeared on the 6 levels. Although the cube was not weak, it seemed like it would be difficult to trap Shirwen-Shing. Seeing that the cube was about to be broken, Mu Hongzhou's face did not show the slightest hint of panic. His hands continued to perform a series of complicated hand seals. The energy that originated from his body became more and more powerful and restless. "Break!" Shirwen-Shing shouted. The third attack came out in full force. The surging true origin was like a flood that broke through a dam, and like a ferocious beast breaking out of its cage, it exploded the cube. However, at the same time, Mu Hongzhou's last hand seal was completed. Heavenly punishment, sealing technique. Sealing technique. Boom! As the voice quietly fell, a fierce wind suddenly rose in the sky. A black beam of light shot down like a divine punishment from the heavens and hit the body of Shirwen-Shing without any warning. Chapter 505. Heavenly Punishment, Sealing Technique. Mu Hongzhou roared, and his aura surged in all directions. Boom! In the next instant, a black pillar of light descended from the sky without any warning. It was as if the heavens were sending down divine punishment, and it was so powerful that it concentrated on Shirwen-Shing. What? The appearance of this scene instantly caused all the spectators to be dumbfounded, and their faces were filled with shock. Shirwen-Shing's expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with panic. Shirwen-Shing did not suffer any obvious injuries after being struck by the black pillar of light, but the powerful aura he exuded was quickly withdrawn. The true origin power in his body dissipated uncontrollably, and it was all suppressed by the seal. "Ha ha! Senior Brother Shir, thank you for letting me win." Mu Hongzhou smiled complacently. He flashed in front of Shirwen-Shing like a ghost, raised his hand and slammed it on his chest. Bam! A ball of scattered true origin power rippled in the sky. Shirwen-Shing immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky like a bird with broken wings. Boom! Immediately afterward, the crowd from Taishao City broke out in jubilation. "Ha ha ha ha! Good job, Senior Brother Hongzhou. Congratulations, Senior Brother Hongzhou, for winning 10 consecutive victories. That's amazing. Taishao City will win. Mu Hongzhou will win." The people from Taishao City were exhilarated, but the people from the Thousand Crane sect shook their heads and sighed. They did not expect Shirwen-Shing to lose. It would not have been a big deal if he had lost this match under normal circumstances, but Mu Hongzhou had fought 9 matches in a row before this, and he still lost to his opponent. It was truly unexpected. Could it be that Taishao City was really going to rise up? "Senior Brother Shirwen-Shing, are you all right?" A few disciples from the Thousand Cranes sect hurried forward to support Shirwen-Shing, who was on the verge of collapsing. Shirwen-Shing's face was livid, and he glared angrily at Mu Hongzhou. "What?" Mu Hongzhou looked at Shirwen-Shing with interest. There was a hint of playfulness in his frivolous smile. "Senior Brother Shir, if you're not convinced, or if you think you lost by coincidence, we can fight again." "You!" Shirwen-Shing clenched his fists and became even more furious. Although the black pillar of light that the other party had just unleashed did not cause any substantial damage to the Shirwen planet, it had sealed the true essence in his body. This was also the special bloodline power of the Mu family of Great Firmament City. It possessed the power of sealing. However, once one's true core energy was sealed and could not be used, one would be no different from an ordinary person. Not to mention one more match. Even if one were to fight 100 more matches, it would be meaningless. Shirwen-Shing gritted his teeth and clenched his fists so tightly that his joints creaked. "Humph, it's just a mere competition. My Shirwen planet can afford to lose." "Hee, that's great." Mu Hongzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled proudly. 10 consecutive victories. Congratulations to Mu Hongzhou of Grand Cloud City for advancing to the next round. Looking at the high-spirited Mu Hongzhou in front of him on the battle arena, Chu Hen's eyes slightly narrowed. Soon after, He did not pay any more attention to him, and his eyes were looking for Luo Mingchang's figure in the crowd. Over there! Chu Hen's eyes lit up. He saw that Luo Mengchang was currently standing next to a building's stone monument. There were relatively fewer people gathered there. That elegant and refined figure was like a snow lotus that was as white as a painting. It was very eye-catching. Then Chu Hen flashed behind Luo Mengchang and gently patted her shoulder. Luo Mengchang was startled. Then she turned around and saw Chu Hen. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. You're here? How was it? Did you advance to the next round? What do you think? Chu Hen gently pinched the other party's beautiful rosy cheeks. Luo Mengchang pouted her small mouth and stared at Chu Hen with her big eyes. Behave yourself. Chu Hen's eyebrows were filled with gentleness. He smiled. What about you? Haven't you started yet? Luo Mengchang shook her head. Let's go. I'll come back in the afternoon or tomorrow. Why? I'm in a bad mood. Luo Mengchang replied. Was she in a bad mood again? Chu Hen was a little confused. A few days ago, she was also in a gloomy mood at the sword cleansing terrace. Why was she suddenly in a bad mood today? Let's go back. Luo Mengchang said. Chu Hen nodded. He wanted to go back and ask her what was going on. Anyway, the preliminary round could not be finished in a day. It would not make much of a difference if they came back in the afternoon or tomorrow. However, just as the two of them were about to leave, a figure suddenly blocked their way. Hey, isn't this Lady Luo? What's wrong? You're also from this division. Why are you leaving so quickly? Are you not going to participate in the sword manual grand meet? Chu Hen was startled at first. He saw that the person who spoke was a young woman who was about the same age as Luo Mengchang. She was quite pretty and had fair skin. However, her face was filled with pride and contentment. Behind this young woman stood a few men and women. They all had playful looks on their faces. However, what surprised Chu Hen was that Mu Hongzhou, who had defeated Sherwin Star and won 10 consecutive victories, was also among them. There was no doubt that this group of people was from Taishao City. Haha! After so many years, Lady Luo is getting more and more beautiful. Mu Hongzhou slowly walked forward with a faint chuckle. He was high-spirited and exuded a sharp aura. This time, Chu Hen finally knew the source of Luo Mingchang's unhappiness. It was most likely because of Taishao City. A few days ago at the sword cleansing terrace, it seemed that Luo Mingchang's mood had become gloomy because the Taishao City team had passed by. Today, the people from Taishao City were here as well. However, what puzzled Chu Hen was what kind of grudge existed between the two sides. What's the matter? Luo Mengchang glanced at them indifferently. Nothing much. It's just that we haven't seen each other for so many years. So we want to chat with Lady Luo. Mu Hongzhou's eyes were fixed on Luo Mengchang. He completely ignored Chu Hen, who was beside her, as if he did not exist. I have nothing to talk about with you. Don't get in my way. Lady Luo, you're being too polite. After all, we used to be under the same city gate. There's no need to not greet each other when we meet. Mu Hongzhou stroked his chin with one hand and smiled faintly. The young woman who had blocked Luo Mingchang's way earlier mocked him disdainfully. Brother Hongzhou, let's go celebrate your advancement in the preliminary round. Things are different now. Lady Luo walks away with her head lowered when she sees us. It's better not to laugh at her. Lower her head? Joke? Upon hearing these two words, Chu Hen's eyes suddenly surged with a hint of coldness. However, before he could react, Luo Mengchang held Chu Hen's arm and said softly, "Let's go." Chu Hen frowned, but when he saw Luo Mengchang gently shake her head, he suppressed the rising anger in his heart. Then the two of them turned around and left. However, the few people from Taishao City seemed to have mistaken Chu Hen and Luo Mingchang's tolerance for fear. The young woman snorted and said, "Could this be Lady Luo's lover? What a good eye! Her words were full of mockery. Luo Mengchang did not want Chu Hen to have a conflict with this group of people, so she still pulled him away. However, at this moment, Mu Hongzhou said frivolously, "Luo Mengchang, if the Luo clan still wants to return to Taishao City, it's not impossible. If you're willing to stay with me alone for a few days, I can go and plead with the city lord." Buzz! Before Mu Hongzhou could finish his words, an extremely chilly aura suddenly rushed over. Chu Hen's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Turning around, a pair of ice-cold pupils flickered with an obscure, bewitching purple glow. Formless waves of air caused the air current to tremble for a moment. His sword-like gaze directly landed on Mu Hongzhou's body. Chapter 506. If you have the guts, then repeat what you just said. A voice that was as cold as an icicle was spat out from Chu Hen's mouth. However, in comparison, the other party's gaze was even more piercing than his words. Mu Hongzhou's words had directly touched Chu Hen's bottom line and anger. A dragon had a reverse scale, and touching it would enrage him. Without a doubt, Luo Mengchang was currently Chu Hen's reverse scale, an incorporeal chill quietly spread out. Within Chu Hen's pupils, there were faint traces of obscure purple light flickering. Luo Mengchang and the people from Taishao City were stunned by Chu Hen's reaction. Other than Mu Hongzhou, the expressions of the other people slightly changed. The coldness that originated from Chu Hen's body made them feel a little uneasy. "Ignore them, let's go." Luo Mengchang held onto Chu Hen's arm. She did not want to see him fight with the people from Taishao City. However, Chu Hen did not comply with Luo Mengchang this time. His gaze was as sharp as a sword as he confronted Mu Hongzhou. The atmosphere on both sides gradually became tense. However, due to the intense battle between geniuses on the 9th arena, no one paid attention to the situation here. Ha ha! Mu Hongzhou smiled frivolously and slowly stepped forward. His brows were filled with disdain. "I, Mu Hongzhou, have always been brave." Immediately after, his gaze once again fell on Luo Mengchang, who was beside Chu Hen, with a mocking smile on his face. "If you, Miss Luo, accompany me alone for a few days, I can go and talk to the city lord. Buzz!" However, this time, before Mu Hongzhou could finish his words, a bone-piercing wave of air rushed towards him. 2 rays of cold light flashed out from Chu Hen's eyes. The air trembled slightly, and Chu Hen instantly disappeared from where he was. He charged towards Mu Hongzhou like a ghost. "Humph, you came at the right time." Mu Hongzhou sneered. "Who do you think you are? Not every Tom, Dick, or Harry is qualified to attack me." Hiss! Along with the sound of air being torn apart, Mu Hongzhou's hands turned into tiger claws and attacked Chu Hen's throat and Dantian's Sea of Qi. His moves were sharp and vicious. It was as if he wanted to cripple Chu Hen on the spot. Surging true Yuan power quickly filled the air and surged out. Mu Hongzhou's power was like a tsunami, instantly suppressing Chu Hen. Not far away, the group of people from Taishao City all smiled contemptuously. In their opinion, Chu Hen was simply courting death. He overestimated himself just to show off in front of a woman. This kind of behavior was really stupid. Mu Hongzhou's attack was extremely swift and violent. He attacked Chu Hen from an extremely precise angle. A sinister smile appeared on his face. However, when the distance between the two of them was less than 10 centimeters, Mu Hongzhou's mind suddenly trembled. His slightly contracted pupils reflected a pair of demonic purple eyes. Buzz! The next moment, Mu Hongzhou's visual space distorted strangely. Endless darkness engulfed everything around him. Everyone in this world disappeared, leaving only him and Chu Hen. What was even more bizarre was that Chu Hen, who had just rushed in front of him, was now hundreds of meters away. A pair of cold purple eyes floated in the air behind Chu Hen. It was as if the eyes of an ancient demon god were overlooking the heavens and was about to pass judgment on Mu Hongzhou. "It's an illusion." Mu Hongzhou's heart skipped a beat. He quickly released even more vigorous true Yuan power. A wave of turbulent power erupted. Illusion dispel. Dispel. The darkness receded, and the familiar environment reappeared in front of him. But immediately after, the young woman from Taishao City exclaimed, "Senior Brother Hongzhou, watch out!" What? Head too slow. A genius with 10 consecutive victories. Chu Hen's sarcastic laughter rang in Mu Hongzhou's ears. Mu Hongzhou was shocked. Looking at Chu Hen, who had already arrived in front of him, he quickly retreated without thinking. But how could Chu Hen give his opponent the chance to do so? His right fist, which was surrounded by a thick black aura, punched out at full speed. Streams of rapidly rotating true yuan whirlpools quickly gathered on his arm. The air trembled with waves of air waves. Bang! A heavy muffled sound rang out, and a scattered mass of black aura exploded. Chu Hen's fist, which had the strength of 10,000 kilograms, landed solidly on Mu Hongzhou's lower abdomen. The terrifying impact of the hidden force instantly smashed the opponent's true yuan defense and went straight to his internal organs. Intense pain spread. Mu Hongzhou, who had been hit in the abdomen, felt as if his pupils were about to split. His face suddenly turned pale, and his whole body bent down. And then, at the moment when Mu Hongzhou bent down, Chu Hen lifted his knee at an extremely fast speed and directly hit Mu Hongzhou's face. Boom! The incomparably fierce impact was exceptionally fierce. Mu Hongzhou's whole body trembled violently. His whole head felt as if it was about to split open. His bent body lifted up again. Scarlet blood, along with broken teeth, gushed out from his mouth and nose. His whole body was lifted off the ground and floated in the air. Ruthless. Absolutely ruthless. Chu Hen's attack was completely ruthless, without any regard for the consequences. Luo Mengchong, who was in the rear area, was so shocked that her small mouth opened slightly and her beautiful eyes widened on the other hand. The faces of the people from Taishao City all changed dramatically. Big Brother Hongzhou. The young woman who had been so proud of herself earlier screamed in alarm. Her scream startled everyone in the 9th competition zone, and they all turned their gazes towards her. What had happened? Before everyone could recover from their confusion, the scene that followed was a scene of Chu Hen's heavy kick landing squarely on the chest of the miserable figure who was suspended in the air. Bang! This kick was the most ferocious, and it came crashing down with the force of a mountain. That person's chest instantly caved in. His sternum was shattered, and his internal organs trembled. His body flew out like a sandbag, directly crashing into the arena in the front area. Boom, boom! In the next instant, Mu Hongzhou's body heavily smashed into the stone wall at the edge of the arena. Under the onslaught of the terrifying impact, rubble collapsed and dust flew everywhere. Dense cracks spread out on the arena like vines. Nearly half of the colossal arena had actually been forcefully blasted apart. What? In an instant, the entire audience was shocked and everyone was dumbfounded. One must know that this arena was set up with a defensive spiritual array. One could imagine just how ferocious the impact was. Amidst the rubble, a battered and exhausted figure crawled up from the ground while covered in blood. However, before he could completely stand up from the ground, a swift and fierce figure directly dragged a series of afterimages in the air, following which another heavy kick landed on the other party's chest, causing him to be trampled back into the pile of rubble. Scram! Bang! A circle of vigorous true essence swept out from under Chu Hen's feet, and the rubble beneath his opponent was all blown into powder. Mu Hongzhou spat out mouthfuls of blood, and the aura he emitted rapidly became extremely weak. Everyone present was stunned. Even the two people who were fighting fiercely in the air above the arena stopped. Even the elders of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, who were in charge of this competition, were dumbfounded. Senior Brother Hongzhou, you bastard, let him go. I'm going to tear you to pieces, you despicable thing. The people of Taishao City were all enraged, and each of them unleashed their powerful auras and charged towards Chu Hen. However, just at this moment, a strange and evil aura of slaughter exploded from Chu Hen's body. Within his pupils, a strand of blood-red light faintly flashed. His extremely agitated blood was surging with uncontrollable, murderous intent. Facing the people of Taishao City who were charging towards him, Chu Hen suddenly turned his head, and a pair of cold eyes flashed with a demonic purple light. In the depths of his eyes, for black dots shook violently, and a powerful wave of air spread out. An endless destructive aura surged towards the people of Taishao City. "You're courting death!" Chapter 507. When they saw Chu Hen stomp Mu Hongzhou into a pile of rubble, everyone from Taishao City was shocked and furious, and they charged at Chu Hen without saying a word. On the other hand, a cold smile appeared on Chu Hen's face, and his extremely restless blood surged with uncontrollable, killing intent. An evil purple glow flickered in the depths of his fierce eyes, and a dense aura of destruction instantly caused the hearts of the people from Taishao City to tremble as if they'd fallen into an icy pit. As soon as they met Chu Hen's gaze, it was like they'd received the signal of death. 4-star demonic pupils, solitary demonic flames. In an instant, an icy and ghastly aura spread in all directions, and the space around the people from Taishao City suddenly warped. "Chu Hen, don't." Right at this moment, Luo Mengshang's anxious voice sounded out. This anxious and concerned shout was like the Sanskrit voice that floated past the mountains and rivers, the mountains and seas of people chanting. It poured into Chu Hen's mind and tugged on his heartstrings. After that, the ruthless killing intent within Chu Hen's body swiftly melted away. At the same time, the power of the 4-star demonic pupils stopped circulating, and the demonic purple glow swiftly vanished before returning to its normal black color. The powerful pressure that enveloped the geniuses from Taishao City also dispersed. However, the extremely realistic aura of death still lingered in their hearts, and all of them turned pale with fright. 1 or 2 of them even trembled involuntarily. The entire arena was deathly silent. The atmosphere in the entire 9th competition area seemed to have frozen. Even until now, no one was able to react to exactly what had happened. Everyone's gazes converged on the miserable figure that was covered in blood under Chu Hen's feet. That's Mu Hongzhou? Pretty similar. All the participating geniuses and the spectators were stunned. Mu Hongzhou had clearly defeated the core disciple of the 1,000 Crane sect on Sherwin Planet in around 10 minutes, obtained 10 consecutive victories, and obtained the first spot to advance from the 9th competition area. However, in the blink of an eye, he was stepped on like a dead dog, falling from the peak to the bottom of the valley. Wasn't this change a little too fast? Was there anything more unlucky than this? The reversal of the plot puzzled everyone present. Cough. Mu Hongzhou seemed to be on the verge of death as he coughed up blood. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Chu Hen. Even though the killing intent in Chu Hen's heart had mostly dissipated, his right foot was still stepping on his opponent's chest. He coldly looked down at Mu Hongzhou, who was under his feet, and his tone was full of sarcasm. "You don't even have the qualifications to carry my woman's shoes. If I were to be assigned to this division, it would be hard for you to win. If I were in this division, it would be hard for you to win." A piercingly cold, domineering aura burst forth from Chu Hen's body, directly crushing everyone present. The hearts of everyone present trembled slightly. They were shocked by Chu Hen's imposing manner. Mu Hongzhou felt as if he had been slapped in the face. Whether it was physically or mentally, he was instantly greeted with an unprecedented sense of defeat. As for the people from Taishao City, they didn't even dare to say a word, especially the young girl who had previously made fun of Luo Mengchang. She was as docile as a kitten. "What's going on? How many of you?" The managing elder of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, who was in charge of this competition, finally reacted. He immediately stepped forward and scolded in a low voice. "Don't you know that disrupting the order of the competition will result in disqualification? Are you treating the Heavenly Sword Pavilion as a market?" Luo Mengchong hurriedly ran to Chu Hen's side and apologized to the managing elder and the others. "I'm sorry, elders. It's all a misunderstanding. It has nothing to do with Chu Hen." Misunderstanding? Everyone's eyes twitched slightly. A misunderstanding, and yet they still beat someone to death? Nothing to do with Chu Hen? Even the arena had been demolished. How could it be that it had nothing to do with him? Could it be that Mu Hongzhou had crashed into the arena himself and then deliberately laid down at Chu Hen's feet? The managing elder's face darkened slightly and he looked depressed. But he recognized Chu Hen and Luo Mengchong. After all, the two of them had been here for more than a month. Moreover, they were honored guests brought by Mu Feng. He still had to give face to the young master, but under the watchful eyes of so many people, it was not very appropriate to pretend that nothing had happened. However, an elder was an elder after all. To be able to hold such a position, he was actually not an ordinary person. He pretended to stare at Chu Hen with dissatisfaction and said, "Are you from this competition zone?" Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly. He first moved his feet away from Mu Hongzhou's body. His tone softened a little, and he said, "Competition zone number 6. What are you doing here in the 6th competition zone? Watching the show. My competition over there has already ended, so I came over to take a look. I did not expect to have some misunderstanding with these people from Taishao City. I unintentionally interrupted the competition. Please forgive me, elder." From the elder's eyes, Chu Hen could see that the other party did not seem to have any intention of making things difficult for him. So he simply went along with it. The elder's heart lit up, and he thought to himself, "Good lad, you're smart. Ahem." Then he coughed twice and put on a serious look. "Humph. Since you're not a contestant from this competition zone, it's not appropriate for me to make a judgment on you. When the preliminaries are over, I will report this matter to the person in charge of the 6th competition zone. As for whether they will disqualify you from the competition later on, you better pray for your own good." As soon as he finished speaking, the people from Taishao City all showed dissatisfaction on their faces. Anyone could see that although the elder said that he would report to the 6th competition zone after the competition, there was an 80 to 90% chance that there would be no follow-up to this matter. In other words, Mu Hongzhou had suffered a vicious beating from Chu Hen today for nothing. "Elder." One of the Taishao City's disciples could not help but step forward and say. However, before he could finish his words, the elder spoke first. "As for all of you, you're all contestants from the 9th competition zone. According to the rules, all of you will be disqualified for publicly disrupting the order of the competition." F***CK. It can't be. The moment the people from Taishao City heard this, they immediately had the urge to curse their ancestors. Chu Hen, the perpetrator, was fine, but they, the victims, had to bear the responsibility. Was there any King justice in this world? Mu Hongzhou, in particular, was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. However, in the eyes of the crowd, Mu Hongzhou would not be able to participate in the final battle with his current condition. However, the managing elder raised his eyebrows and continued to say, "Seeing that it's not easy for all of you to participate in the sword cannon grand meet, I'll give all of you a serious warning and punishment today. If anyone dares to cause trouble again, don't blame me for being merciless." The managing elder's incorruptible and impartial expression rendered everyone speechless. How fair, just, and open, however, since the other party had already put it this way, Taishao City could only swallow the anger and grievance in their stomachs. Chu Hen could not help but laugh inwardly. Then he cupped his fists together and said, "Thank you for your understanding, elder. I'll take my leave first. Go. Don't come to our competition zone anymore." The elder waved his hand and cursed in a low voice. We've only fought a few rounds of the competition, and you've already destroyed my arena. Who did you offend? So many trivial matters. Chu Hen and Luo Mingshang looked at each other and suppressed their laughter. Then they turned around and left. As soon as the two of them left, the people from Taishao City quickly went forward to help Mu Hongzhou up from the pile of rubble. Senior brother Hongzhou, how are you feeling? One had to admit that Chu Hen was really ruthless. In just 4 moves, he had beaten his opponent so badly that he could not even stand up. His sternum was broken, and his internal organs were all injured. Hiss! The surrounding people gasped inwardly. Mu Hongzhou was really unlucky. Of all the people he could have offended, he had to offend Chu Hen. With such serious injuries, he could forget about the rest of the competition. He had finally obtained 10 consecutive victories, but it was still useless in the end. And quite a few young girls sitting there secretly envied Luo Mengchang. Just now, Chu Hen's domineering manner of suppressing the entire audience was all for her. Anyone would hope to have a man like that by their side to protect them. Senior brother Hongzhou. The young girl who had started the fight earlier looked at Mu Hongzhou's blood-stained face with a terrified expression. Mu Hongzhou gnashed his teeth and said in a low voice, Take me to Mu Yifeng. I won't let him off. On the other side, the geniuses from the Thousand Crane sect all had different expressions. Senior brother Sherwin Xing, what do we do now? A young man asked. Sherwin Xing shook his head with slight helplessness, and then he replied, There's no need to worry. This is the Sky Sword Pavilion, so the members of Grand Sky City won't do anything to Chu Hen for now. After he finished speaking, he added, However, for safety's sake, you should report this matter to senior brother Wu Yuan. All right, I understand. I presume senior brother Wu Yuan's competition should have ended by now. The young man replied. In the end, Sherwin Xing was relatively more loyal to the Thousand Crane sect, even though there was enmity between him and Chu Hen. But he had to admit there was a reason why the sect leader and Grand Elder looked favorably upon Chu Hen. If Chu Hen was able to return to the Thousand Crane sect, it wouldn't be long before he became another young Master Yuan. All right, that's enough. Let's continue the competition. The managing elder waved his hand and announced that the competition would continue. Only then did everyone come back to their senses. What was the purpose of gathering here? However, perhaps it was because the commotion caused by Chu Hen was too shocking. Most of them were slightly distracted. The 2 geniuses who fought fiercely earlier were unable to find their rhythm for a long time. The elder shook his head and sighed when he saw that nearly half of the arena had collapsed. Chapter 508. The preliminaries of the Sword Law Grand Meet were still in full swing. After the incident at the 9th arena, Chu Hen and Luo Mengchang returned to their residence. Now, the entire Heavenly Sword Pavilion was shrouded in a lively atmosphere. Only the frightening Sword Peak was a quiet place. In a spacious and bright room, Luo Mengchang gently pushed open the window. A gentle and cool breeze blew through the forest, but it was exceptionally comfortable. Shortly after, Luo Mengchang turned around, held Chu Hen's hand, and sat facing him on the windowsill. A pair of beautiful big eyes stared at the other party with a strange expression. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Chu Hen touched his face and asked. Luo Mengchang shook her head, then leaned forward and brought her head close to the left side of Chu Hen's face. Her cherry-like lips gently touched Chu Hen's face. Chu Hen could not help but be startled and clenched his fist subconsciously. Warm as jade, cool as silk. Soon after, Luo Mengchang retreated, her beautiful face blushing slightly. Her beautiful eyes wandered, and she said softly, "That this is your reward." Chu Hen could not help but laugh. He touched his face and replied with a little reluctance, "I'm not ready yet. Can I kiss you again?" "No." Luo Mengchang pouted and replied, "After I rewarded you, you will be punished later." "What punishment?" Humph, go kneel on the washboard. Chu Hen was angry and amused at the same time. He reached out and placed Luo Mingchang's white hand in his palm. His gaze was gentle as he said, I know I was a little impulsive before, but if something like that happens again, I will still do the same thing. Luo Mingchang frowned slightly, seemingly a little unhappy. I don't want you to make so many enemies because of me. Although the Mu clan is not a first-class force. Although the Mu family is not a first-rate force. It is not something you can resist. Chu Hen shook his head. If the person they were targeting before was me, perhaps I would endure silently for a time or two and not bother about it. But the person they offended is you. I cannot turn a blind eye to this point. Luo Mingchang's heart faintly trembled. Her eyebrows relaxed, and a trace of emotion appeared in her eyes. Am I really that important? Right now, in my heart, you are the most important. Chu Hen's voice was low and clear, giving off a sense of security. Now, what about in the future? In the future as well. Humph, you only know how to say nice things. Who knows how many girls you've cheated in the past? Luo Mengchang muttered in a low voice. Although she was unwilling, she felt sweet in her heart. Then she raised her head slightly and said, Seeing how important I am to you, I'll kiss you again. Come here. All right. Chu Hen hurriedly smiled and moved his right cheek forward. Seeing Chu Hen's proud look, Luo Mengchang could not help but feel a little funny. She immediately leaned forward and kissed his cheek. But at this moment, Chu Hen suddenly turned his head and faced her face. Luo Mengchang, who was caught off guard, directly kissed Chu Hen's lips. Oh! Luo Mengchang's almond-shaped eyes widened as she stared at him. And, without waiting for her to retreat, Chu Hen directly wrapped his arms around her slender and soft waist and held her firmly in his arms. Then, Chu Hen gently kissed Luo Mengchang's warm and fragrant cherry lips. Luo Mengchang became more and more flustered. She never thought that Chu Hen would be so bad. Her heart could be said to be ashamed and annoyed, but more than that, she was ashamed her first kiss was gone just like that. The two of them did not have any prior experience, and their first kiss ended while they stared at each other. When Chu Hen let go of Luo Mengchang, the latter buried her head in his arms and punched his shoulders with both hands. Bastard, you're so bad. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Chu Hen first touched his lips, and there seemed to be a faint wisp of fresh sweetness on them. Although it was a little rough, it was especially beautiful. He still wanted to continue holding Luo Mengchang in his arms, and said with a smile, I didn't mean it. I don't know why I turned my head away. Who are you lying to? Let go of me. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm not letting go. Humph, bad guy. Luo Mengchang did not struggle anymore. She quietly leaned on Chu Hen's chest like a well-behaved kitten. Chu Hen smelled the fragrance on her beautiful hair, and a gentle luster appeared in his eyes. At this moment, the other party was like someone they could rely on, hugging and relying on each other. It was especially satisfying. Chu Hen! Luo Mengchang suddenly called out softly. When we were in the 9th division, you looked a little scary. Scary? Chu Hen was stunned. Why do you say that? Luo Mengchang gently sat up from his arms. Her beautiful eyes were like water, and her face was so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of a city. However, there was a faint trace of worry between her beautiful brows. At that time, you had a very strong hostility, as if you wanted to kill Mu Hongzhou and the others. Logically speaking, although Mu Hongzhou had said a few words that he should not have said, he should not have killed him under the watchful eyes of so many people. However, Chu Hen gave Luo Mengchang the feeling that he had lost control and was extremely ruthless. It was not just Mu Hongzhou. If she had not stopped Chu Hen at the critical moment, the people from Taishao City would have suffered together with him. Sensing the concern and uneasiness in Luo Mengchang's eyes, Chu Hen narrowed his eyes and replied softly, I don't know why I did that. I just couldn't suppress my anger when I heard them mock you. But you make me feel uneasy. I'm afraid that one day you will completely lose control. All right, don't worry. It's not as serious as you make it out to be. Chu Hen smiled slightly. I'll be careful. I won't get angry easily in the future, okay? Luo Mengchang nodded, and a charming smile appeared on her face. However, she was still worried. Perhaps this had something to do with what happened in the Sacred Star Dynasty. Only when the knot in his heart was untied would the hostility in Chu Hen's heart dissipate. By the way, Mengchang, I haven't asked you yet. What is your relationship with those people from Taishao City? Did you have any grudges in the past? Chu Hen's expression became solemn. Luo Mingchang's eyes dimmed. She shook her head slightly. I don't want you to get involved in this matter. You are my future wife. You should at least let me know some things about you, right? Luo Mengchang was a little hesitant. After a moment's hesitation, her red lips parted slightly. Actually, 10 years ago, the supreme ruler of Taishao City was our Luo clan. Oh! Chu Hen's eyelids twitched. He was a little surprised. The Luo clan used to be a force in Taishao City? Yes. Luo Mengchang agreed softly. She continued, in the past 200 years, the Luo clan has been entrenched in Taishao City and managed the major industries of Taishao City as the city lord. Most of the clans in the city grew and developed by relying on our Luo clan, the previous city lord of Taishao City. My grandfather, Luo Ibai, not only did not restrict the development of other clans, but also advocated for all clans to support each other and advance and retreat together. One day, he hoped that Taishao City would become a first-class force in the province. However, the Luo clan's tolerance did not get what it deserved. Instead, it encouraged the wild ambitions of other clans. Among them, the Mu clan's strength grew faster and faster. In the end, the Luo clan reached a point where they could no longer suppress it. However, no matter what, the Mu clan's growth was inseparable from the Luo clan's support. In the beginning, the Mu clan was relatively peaceful and did not do anything out of line. But as time passed, their wild ambitions were exposed to the public. More than 10 years ago, the Mu clan finally stopped suppressing them and attacked the Luo clan. They defeated them and replaced them as the city lord. Chapter 509. Hearing Luo Mengchang's words, Chu Hen let out a sigh of relief. His eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed in his pupils. It turned out that the Luo clan was the real master of Taishao City. 10 years ago, the Mu clan overthrew the Luo clan as the city lord and replaced them. Under the pursuit of the Mu clan, the Luo clan fled all the way to Moonlit City. Not only did the Mu clan occupy the city lord seal of Taishao City, but they also took away the Luo clan's family treasure, the Taishao sword. Luo Mengchang said softly. She tried her best not to show the coldness in her heart. She did not want to affect Chu Hen's emotions. Taishao sword? Yes. Luo Mengchang nodded. The Supreme Heaven Sword is a semi-sage weapon. Grandfather originally planned to invite the famous master refiners of the province to help temper it in the later stages so that it could become a real sage sword. But what happened later completely changed the plan. Luo Mengchang gently held Chu Hen's hand, and there was a hint of sadness in her voice. I still remember that it snowed heavily that year, and there were less than 100 people left in the Luo clan. The feeling of the wind and snow blowing on my face could freeze me to death. At that time, Father wrapped me in his only mink coat, and he himself was as cold as an ice sculpture at that time. Grandfather was on good terms with the Li clan, one of the 7 great clans of Moonlit City. He hoped to ask for help from the Tsang clan, who was the city lord, to temporarily settle down in Moonlit City. But friendship was friendship. The former overlord of Taishao City was now like a tiger in a flat land. How many months would he be willing to pay attention to you? However, the Li clan still cared about old friendship, and the master of the Li clan also made a request to the Tsang clan. However, the Tsang clan did not give an answer, and only said that they would consider it. At that time, the Luo clan could be said to be at a dead end. So in order to protect the remaining members of the clan from the Mu clan, grandfather and father had been asking for help from the master of the Tsong clan at the gate. I still can't forget the helplessness on their faces. And then, did the Tsong clan agree? Chu Hen asked softly. Luo Mengchang shook her head gently. Grandfather and father had been standing in front of the Tsong clan's door for 7 days and 7 nights without eating a single grain of rice. Just as we were about to lose hope, the Tsong family offered to take in the Luo family. However, no matter what happens in the future, the Luo clan will have to obey the Tsong clan. This is equivalent to having Grandpa become a servant of the Tsong clan. Who would have thought that the former city lord of Taishao City would end up in Moonbound City and be reduced to a first-grade servant? According to Luo Ibai's personality, he would never agree to such a thing. But looking at the family behind him, in order to preserve the Luo family's bloodline and continue to pass on, Luo Ibai endured the humiliation on his shoulder and knelt down on his golden knees to thank the Tsong family for taking him in. From then on, the Luo clan stayed in Moon-Crawling City. Even though the Luo clan had fallen from their lofty position as the former lord of Grand Heaven City, the Luo clan still had a lot of backup resources. What they needed to do was to gradually restore their vitality with the help of the Moonbound City and then take back Taishao City. With the backup resources and the return of some collateral branches of the Luo clan gained a lot of vitality and popularity. Coupled with the rich experience and foundation that the Luo clan had accumulated, the Luo clan was doing well in various industries in Moon-Crawling City, and the speed of their recovery was very fast. Dad is very business-minded and knows how to build relationships. Soon, we established a cooperative relationship with several clans in Moon-Crawling City. It only took about 5 to 6 years. Our Luo clan became the 8th clan in Moon-Crawling City, although our overall strength is the weakest clan. Luo Mengchang said with a smile. There was a hint of admiration in her smile for her father. Chu Hen heaved a sigh of relief. He had to admit that the Luo clan was blessed by heaven. However, when the situation of the Luo clan gradually improved, the Tsong clan made a request to the Luo clan in the 6th year that they would take 60% of the Luo clan's profits. 60%? Chu Hen frowned. For the Luo clan, which had just begun to recover, this was definitely a violent blow. Yes, Luo Mengchang replied softly. The Luo clan naturally opposed it, but because of the agreement, we had no choice but to agree to the Tsong clan's conditions. With 60% of the industry's profits taken away, the Luo clan's situation became much more awkward. However, they had to bow their heads when they were under the eaves. Although from the beginning, the Tsong clan did not take in the Luo clan in Moon-Crawling City with the intention of being a great philanthropist, they still took them in. Even if the other party's request was extremely unreasonable, they had to bite the bullet and agree. In less than half a year, an even crueler blow followed. What is it? Chu Hen's expression changed slightly. Luo Mingchang's eyes seemed to be in a trance. She bit her red lips with her silver teeth and tightened her grip on Chu Hen's hands. Grandpa passed away. Upon hearing these words, Chu Hen was slightly moved. He reached out and held Luo Mengchang in his arms. Luo Mengchang leaned against his chest and adjusted her emotions slightly. She said, "Actually, when we left Taishao City, Grandpa was already seriously injured. The long journey, coupled with standing outside the Tsong clan's house for 7 days and 7 nights, led to an incurable illness. In fact, during those years, it was Father who managed all the affairs of the Luo clan. Most of the time, Grandpa was bedridden. Even so, in the eyes of the Luo clan, Luo Ibai had always been their spiritual pillar. The harsh requirements of the Tsong clan greatly limited the Luo clan's recovery and development. The depressed Luo Ibai's old illness relapsed, and he finally passed away. Grandpa's last words before he died were to take back Taishao City and the Taishao sword. Luo Mingchang's eyes flickered with faint ripples. This wish did not come true, even when Luo Yibai died. The greatest regret in life was that there were too many things that could not be put down at the moment of parting. After that, father inherited the position of the clan leader and took it upon himself to take back Taishao City. Even though the clan was almost truly stable now, it was still a heavy burden on his father to take away 60% of the clan's resources every year. Moreover, the Mu clan of Great Firmament City had risen very quickly in recent years, and they had the momentum to become a first-rate clan. This has made our long-cherished wish of taking back Taishao City even more distant. After listening to Luo Mengchang's story, Chu Hen's heart became much heavier. This was the source of the enmity between the Luo clan of Moon End City and the Mu clan of Taishao City. Chu Hen gently held Luo Mengchang in his arms. Through the window, he looked at the beautiful scenery, and his eyes gradually revealed a trace of deepness. For a long time, the room seemed exceptionally quiet. After a while, Chu Hen called out softly, "Mengchang." There was no response. Chu Hen was slightly taken aback. He lowered his head and saw that Luo Mengchang had actually fallen asleep on his chest. Her quiet appearance was especially lovable. Chu Hen smiled somewhat pitifully. He casually took out a coat from his storage ring and lightly covered her back. He himself leaned against the windowsill and maintained this posture without moving. After 3 days of intense battles, the preliminary round of the Sword Manual Grand meet finally came to an end. In the past 3 days, the atmosphere of the entire Heavenly Sword Pavilion had been continuously fermenting. All the major peaks were immersed in a noisy atmosphere. The preliminary round is finally over. Everyone, hurry up and place your bets to see who will become the champion of the Sword Manual Grand Meet. Come and look at the odds. If you guess correctly, you will earn a fortune. If you guess incorrectly, you will only lose a pair of underpants. Blood Prince, it's definitely Blood Prince. It must be young Master Yuan. I support young Master E. You guys didn't see it. When Blood Prince stood on the stage, everyone was so scared that they did not dare to go up. The only person who wasn't afraid of death had his neck twisted by Blood Prince less than half a second after going up. Although it was said to be 10 consecutive victories, Blood Prince only fought 1 match and obtained the promotion spot. So what? Young Master Yuan only fought 2 matches, and he defeated his opponent in 1 move each time. Young Master E is about the same. In my opinion, the illusory range sex Xiao Roman is not any weaker than those 3. Illusion Absolute Xiao Roman? That's right. Only today did I realize that Xiao Roman was the one who hid her true strength. That illusion technique of hers could be said to be superb. Every time her opponent would kneel in less than 2 seconds after going up on stage. To be honest, Grand Heaven City's Mu Yifeng is really an incredible freak. I agree. I watched Mu Yifeng's matches. Although he took longer to finish than the others, there is an 80% chance that Mu Yifeng was holding back and did not use his full strength. He also has the appearance of a champion. Mu Yifeng is very strong, but I heard that Mu Hongzhou was beaten like a dog by Chu Hen in the 9th competition zone. Chu Hen's strength is not to be underestimated. The various outstanding geniuses shone brightly in the Sword Manual Grand Meet, and it had already set off a wave of speculation. More than 10,000 geniuses gathered at the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Only an extremely small number of people managed to make it through the preliminaries and reach the finals. But without a doubt, this small number was the biggest attraction of the province Zone Grand Meet. Boom! Bang! The deafening sound of cannons' salutes reverberated in the sky above the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. The sky was filled with a colorful rain of flowers. Chapter 510. The Sword Codex Grand Meet was the day of the final battle. Tens of thousands of heroes had gathered at the shocking Sword Peak. Boom! Deafening cannon salutes resounded in the sky above the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Colorful petals danced in the sky above the shocking sword peak. In the morning, the shocking sword plaza was already filled with people. The various groups and forces of the 100 Nations Prefecture were gathered here. It was a grand meet that was held once every 5 years, and all the reputable clans and sects were gathered here. The various genius groups and forces were divided into different areas. At the northern side of the plaza, under the majestic statue of the Sword Ancestor, stood the people of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Pavilion Master Mu Xiong-Tsai had his hands behind his back, and his sharp eyes exuded the might of a sect master. On the left and right sides of the plaza were the Thousand Crane Sect, Illusory Rain Sect, Shura Sect, Otherworldly Spirit Sect, Moon End City, Taishao City, and many other famous sects and clans. The stronger the sects and forces, the closer they were to the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's side. There were more than 100,000 people gathered at the shocking Sword Peaks Plaza. If one were to look down from the sky, they would see a sea of people. The scene was so grand that it caused one's heart to surge. All the first-rate forces had sent their higher-ups to lead their teams. The Thousand Crane Sect was led by Grand Elder Duan Qingshan, while the Illusory Rain Sect, Shura Sect, and Otherworldly Spirit Sect were all famous figures in the prefecture. There were even quite a number of forces and clans that had sent their patriarchs or the highest authority. After all, in the eyes of many, the Sword Codex Grand Meet was a good opportunity to curry favor with the Heavenly Sword Pavilion and other first-rate forces. There was a hubbub of voices, and all sorts of conversations could be heard. However, the Thousand Crane Sect, Illusory Rain Sect, Shura Sect, and other sects basically had zero interactions with each other. The higher-ups and elders of the various forces were either quietly sitting on comfortable chairs, minding their own business as they sipped on their tea, or looking at the people around them with great interest. A large empty space had been set up in the center of the plaza for the Sword Codex Grand Meet. It's really lively here. Chu Hen, Luo Mingshan, Shilan, and Mu Feng stood in the middle of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion and Thousand Crane Sects teams. This was the first time Chu Hen had seen such a grand scene, and he was somewhat amazed of it. On the opposite side of the moon-bound city, Tsang Yuanjia, the Fist Master, cast a cold glance at them from time to time, as if hinting Luo Mengchan to return to their team. However, he was completely ignored by Luo Mengchan. Mengchan, has anyone from your Luo clan come? Chu Hen casually asked. Luo Mingshan's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at the team of Moon End City. Her red lips parted slightly as she said, "There are 2 Chun of sect." Chu Hen nod off of Chu Chu Chin Chin Chu, of Chu above, Chun of Chin of Chu Chu, Chun sect king of Chin god of Chu, of Chin of sect. This person was the second elder of the Tsang clan, and was also a rather impressive figure of Saint sect of Chin of sect Saint thousand of sect of mountain. Chu Hen looked askance at him and asked in puzzlement, "You seem to be quite irritated these days. Is your mania acting up?" Mu Feng shook his head and did not say anything. But the more he behaved this way, the more Chu Hen felt that something was wrong. Mu Feng had been behaving abnormally these days. He always seemed to have something on his mind. "Is it because you didn't pass the preliminaries?" Chu Hen said with a smile. "Humph." Mu Feng put on a fake smile. He looked askance at him and replied disdainfully, "I forgot to tell you. I won 10 consecutive victories on the first day." Oh, not only Chu Hen, but also Luo Mingshan and Shilan were surprised. With Mu Feng's strength, he actually passed the first round of preliminaries. When he thought about it, he realized that the other party was the young master of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Hey, what's with your expressions? Do you think that the higher-ups went easy on me and purposely arranged for me to be in the weakest competition area? Luo Mingshan hurriedly shook her head. She held on to Chu Hen's arm and replied, mischievously, We didn't say anything. That's right. Don't be so agitated. Chu Hen could not help but tease. Mu Feng's face was full of disdain. What a bunch of bad friends. At this moment, Yan Hanlu, a core disciple from the Thousand Crane sect, walked over. Junior sister, the first elder wants you to go over. Shilan was slightly taken aback. Chu Hen also looked at her in surprise. The two of them looked at each other. Shilan nodded and said, I understand. Then, Shilan retreated to First Elder Duan Qingshan's side. As the two of them conversed in low voices, Duan Qingshan would occasionally glance at Chu Hen. It was obvious that he wanted Shilan to summon Chu Hen back to the Thousand Crane sect. Junior brother Chu Hen, you're so lucky. It's really enviable to find such a beauty to accompany you. Yan Hanlu looked at Luo Mingshan and smiled. Luo Mingshan released Chu Hen's arm in embarrassment and nodded politely. Chu Hen's handsome eyebrows lightly jumped, smiled, and said, What? Senior sister Hanlu, you're envious as well? Of course. Who wouldn't like such a beautiful girl? Haha, then senior sister Hanlu, your preferences are quite strange. Yan Hanlu didn't get angry at Chu Hen's teasing. She smiled and said, Junior brother Chu Hen, do you have the confidence to make it into the top 5 today? From Yan Hanlu's point of view, Wu Yuan, Shui He, and Cui Qi would definitely take the top 3. Moreover, the illusory rain sect's Huan Ju, Sharua Man, was also very strong. As for the others, she believed that Chu Hen still had a chance. What top 5? This guy came here for first place, Mu Feng appropriately interjected. Chu Hen smiled helplessly and shook his head. He didn't answer Yan Hanlia's question and only responded with a polite joke. With senior sister Hanlu here, I wouldn't dare act rashly. However, Yan Hanlu replied, Oh, you really don't know how to chat. You're always making fun of me. Nope. Chu Hen was stunned at first, but he quickly realized that Yan Hanlu hadn't passed the preliminaries, right? Sorry, I didn't know about this. It doesn't matter. In my Thousand Crane sect, only senior brother Wu Yuan and junior sister Shilan passed the preliminaries. Xing De encountered Song Yuanjia, the fist master of Moon City, in his 7th match. As for me, I was quite unlucky. In my 6th match, I encountered Mu Yifeng of Taishao City. Yan Hanlu said, although she hadn't passed the preliminaries, her tone was still relatively relaxed. It had to be said that she had a very good mentality. Chu Hen nodded slightly and said, Senior sister, you're a spiritual tattooist, so you'll naturally be at a disadvantage in a one-on-one battle. It's not shameful to lose. That's part of the reason. However, Mu Yifeng is indeed very strong. If you encounter him, you must be careful of his bloodline seal, power. Thank you for the reminder. As time passed, the guests from the major forces of the province had already arrived. Under the majestic statue of the Sword Ancestor, the crowd gathered with great momentum. Everyone. Suddenly, a heroic voice that was powerful like a mountain reverberated through the Sword Terror Peak, and the hearts of everyone present trembled slightly. The noisy square instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at the Sword Pavilion's master, Mu Xiongtsai, with respect and reverence. Mu Xiongtsai stood up proudly with his arms spread open, and his entire body emitted an extraordinary and mighty aura. He smiled as he looked at the people from the various sects and said, The Sky Sword Pavilion welcomes all of you. Whoosh! Subsequently, everyone cupped their fists. The higher-ups of the Thousand Crane sect, Illusory Rain sect, Azura sect, and Moon End City stood up successively and returned the greeting. Thank you, Pavilion Master Mu, for your generosity. You flatter me, you flatter me. Ha! Mu Xiongtsai waved his hand and continued speaking in a clear voice. The province's grand meeting is held once every 5 years. Today, all the geniuses from the various sects will gather, and the day of the final battle is about to begin. Who can laugh at the crowd? Who can point his sword at the province? The sword terror peak will shock the heavens with a single battle. Mu Xiongxai shouted loudly, and a formless, piercingly cold wind blew and swept across the area. The blood of all the geniuses present surged and became restless. Young Master Yuan of the Thousand Cranes sect, Young Master Shui of the Azura sect, and Young Master Yi of the Otherworldly Spirit sect. Their eyes shone brightly. First, I'll explain the rules of the final battle. Everyone looked at Mu Xiongxai, and their faces were filled with anticipation. Mu Xiongxai swept his gaze forward and shouted in a deep voice, "The rules are no rules of free battle." What? No rules? The crowd looked at each other in confusion. The so-called free battle means that the rules are completely up to you. As long as your opponent agrees to it, you can use any means you want. You can even fight 1 against 2, and you can even fight with numbers. Because rules are dead and people are alive. This isn't just a province's grand meeting. It's a microcosm of the martial Tao. Everyone understood Mu Xiongxai's intentions the moment he said this. In an ordinary duel, fairness was the most important thing in a one-on-one duel. However, in reality, there was rarely any fairness in this cruel world. Bullying one's opponent with numbers, using hidden weapons, and using any means to kill one's opponent. These were the rules that were close to reality without rules. Freestyle battle, this is really novel. He, Young Master Shui of the Azura sect, rubbed his chin as a cold and playful smile appeared on his face. It's interesting to decide the rules yourself. Young Master Yuan Wu Yuan muttered softly. Chapter 511. Shocking Sword Peak. One battle to shock the heavens. The final battle of the Sword Cannon Grand Meet had begun. Mu Xiongxai's majestic and imposing aura had set off an earth-shattering jubilation. The entire arena was filled with cheers and shouts. Young Master Yuan, Young Master Yuan. Young Master Shui, Young Master Shui. Young Master Yi, champion. The various young geniuses of the province had come for the Sword Cannon Grand Meet, as well as for the extremely famous monstrous geniuses. After all, only a small portion of the geniuses had entered the final battle. Most of them had naturally turned into spectators and supported the geniuses that they were optimistic about to become the champion. Who would be the first to fight? Everyone's gazes began to sweep across the various teams. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a sharp and formless sword aura spread out from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's team. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they saw a slender, white-robed man slowly step into the center of the arena. This person had an extraordinary bearing and an elegant demeanor. The aura that he emitted was like a giant sword that pierced through the clouds, instantly suppressing the entire arena. The first battle shall be fought by the Heavenly Sword Pavilion as the host. The white-robed man raised his head, and the formless sword aura caused the air to tremble. It's Jian Aonan. Wow, the head of the 7 Absolutes and Pavilion Master Mu Xiongxai's direct disciple. I didn't expect him to appear in the first battle. Jian Aonan, the sword absolute of the 7 Absolutes, and also the head of the 7 Absolutes. Everyone was surprised. Jian Aonan was also one of the top contenders for the championship. They didn't expect him to appear in the first battle, but after thinking about it, they understood. After all, this was the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, the territory of the host. It was necessary to win the first battle to boost the morale of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Is this the head disciple of your Heavenly Sword Pavilion? Chu Hen asked casually with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Yes. Mu Feng nodded his head and said with some objection, Mu Xiongxai's illegitimate son. It can't be? Chu Hen, Luo Mengchang, and Yan Hanlu were all stunned. The news that Jian Aonan was Mu Xiongxai's illegitimate son was truly explosive. Mu Feng snorted coldly and did not explain anything. Who wants to fight me? Jian Aonan straightened his back and exuded an imposing aura. Many of the higher-ups of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion nodded to themselves, and many of the disciples revealed looks of surprise. The various teams thought to themselves, aside from the three princes and a few others, who else would dare to accept Jian Aonan's challenge? Then a young man with an equally arrogant aura walked out from Taishao City's team. This untalented Mui Feng shall be so bold as to seek guidance from Sword Absolute's superior moves. Hua, Mui Feng of Taishao City. Many people in the audience were excited. It was really unexpected that the first match would be opened by these two people. However, one had to admit that the two of them meeting was something to look forward to. Mui Feng will definitely win. Jian Aonan, do your best. The two sides were dozens of meters apart, and invisible auras coming from their bodies clashed in the air, creating a dull explosion. The airflow between the two became abnormally chaotic, and the atmosphere pressed against each other. Even the space seemed to be slightly distorted. The moment the battle began, they erupted with such a sharp aura. A surge of fighting spirit shot out from their eyes. Xing! Along with a crisp sound, a silver-white sword flew out and landed in Jian Aonan's hand. He condensed his palm, and a dense, dark red light surged out from his body like a dense flame. It covered the sword and instantly dyed the silver-white sword a dark red color. "Do you have any rules to mention?" Jian Aonan said in a low voice. Mui Feng smiled and raised his hands. "I don't have any rules, but I am very interested in your title of Sword Absolute." The moment these words came out, the entire audience broke into an uproar. This Mui Feng was really frivolous enough. Jian Aonan's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Humph, if you defeat me, the title of Sword Absolute is yours." Whoosh! Jian Aonan's sword aura suddenly rose, and he swung his sword. A red sword shadow shot out and slashed towards Jian Aonan with the force of a mountain. Mui Feng leaped up, leaping high into the sky. Boom! The powerful sword shadow hit the ground, causing a loud explosion. The sword shadow flew out, and inner yuan splashed in all directions. The defensive formation on the ground automatically activated to resist and devour the remaining power of the attack. Immediately after, Jian Aonan stepped into the air and slid his left index and middle finger across the sword. Boom! A surging dark red sword aura burst out from his body and surrounded him, forming a whirlpool of wind that was more than 10 meters wide. The chaotic airflow filled the sky and stirred up the clouds. Jian Aonan's sword tore through the air, and he chased after Mui Feng like a meteor. He pointed his sword at his enemy, and the sword aura behind him surged like a tide, crushing down on his opponent. The people from the various forces were secretly shocked, as expected of the Sword Absolute. Once he made a move, it was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Jian Aonan's astonishing attack had already arrived in front of Mui Feng. The blade of the sword, which was emitting a dark red light, looked as if it had been soaked in a rainbow. It was as sharp as a blade, and its aura was astonishing. Jian Aonan's speed was extremely fast, and his aura was extremely strong. He seemed like he was going to defeat Mui Feng. A chaotic wave of air assaulted Mui Feng's face. Then Mui Feng stretched out his right palm to meet Jian Aonan's sword. At the same time, a white light flew out from his palm and collided with Jian Aonan's sword. Bang! The white light and the red light collided like arrows. Sparks flew in all directions, and gorgeous patterns of light danced in the air. The afterimages of the exploding sword light were like a rain of fireworks that blotted out the sky. To everyone's surprise, Jian Aonan's powerful attack didn't gain any advantage. Under the violent recoil, both Mui Feng and Jian Aonan were blasted back. Everyone's eyelids twitched and their pupils constricted. The white light that appeared in Mui Feng's hand was actually a sharp sword. This sword was 3 feet long, and its entire body flowed with moonlight. The body of the sword flickered with bright silver patterns, and it was as dazzling as jade. Such a strong energy fluctuation. Could it be a sage artifact? It hasn't reached the level of a sage artifact yet. It should be a half-sage artifact. Half-sage artifact? Could it be the Supreme Heaven Sword? A wave of exclamations rose from the audience, and many people revealed looks of envy. When he heard the word Supreme Heaven Sword, Chu Hen couldn't help but be moved. He looked at Luo Mengchang, and his eyes filled with gentleness and comfort. Luo Mengchang looked back at Chu Hen, pursed her red lips, and shook her head. That isn't the real Supreme Heaven Sword, but it has the power of the Supreme Heaven Sword. Oh! Chu Hen was startled. Not the Supreme Heaven Sword? And it has the power of the Supreme Heaven Sword? What's going on? Luo Mingchang's red lips parted slightly, and she said softly, "The Supreme Heaven Sword has a special ability, which is to transfer its power to another sword. It is equivalent to duplicating an identical weapon, but there is a time limit. At most 10 days, the power of the duplicated weapon will disappear. So that's how it is." Chu Hen nodded and sighed. There were indeed many strange things in this world, and he didn't expect the Supreme Heaven Sword to have such an ability. Although the sword in Mu Yifeng's hand was very similar to the Taishao sword, Luo Mengchang could tell that it was just a replica at a glance. However, even though it was a duplicate, the power it contained had reached the level of a half-sage artifact. Compared to Jian Aonan's spirit artifact, it clearly had a slight advantage. However, as the Sword Pavilion Master, Mu Xiongcai, had said, there were very few things in this world that were truly fair. Since this was a battle without rules, no one would say anything. Even if one's weapon was better than others, no one would say anything if they took out a divine artifact to compete. Moreover, in Wu Xiu's world, a suitable weapon was also part of one's strength. Therefore, there was nothing unfair about the battle between Mu Yifeng and Jian Aonan. Bang! In the sky, the battle between the two became more and more intense. The sky was filled with illusory sword lights that blocked out the sun, shrouding the sky above the frightening sword peak. The sword lights collided with each other, and it was as if the sky was going to be torn apart. What surprised everyone once again was that Mu Yifeng was also an expert swordsman, and his attainments in swordsmanship were not inferior to Jian Aonan from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. One was shrouded in a dark red sword aura, and the other was covered in white sword shadows. Every head-on collision between the two caused the sky to shake. "Humph, your swordsmanship is not bad." Jian Aonan's sword split the sky, and his body soared into the sky as he stabbed his opponent with his sword. Blade of sword fury. Rumble! The wantonly surging sword aura was like a horizontal tornado, stirring up the sky with an extremely destructive aura. Mu Yifeng's eyes narrowed, and a faint sneer appeared on his face. "Ha ha! Compared to you, my swordsmanship is not worth mentioning." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yifeng's eyes flashed coldly, and the sword in his hand was released. A terrifying sword aura filled the air, and dark clouds surged in the sky. With an extremely strong deterrent force, a huge white sword light descended from the sky. It was like a divine punishment, and it swept up a thick, murderous aura as it slashed towards Jian Aonan. What? Everyone below was shocked, especially those from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Their expressions changed slightly. Boom! In the next instant, the huge sword light that pierced through the sky directly intercepted Jian Aonan's attack before it could reach Mu Yifeng. It struck Jian Aonan, who was flying forward. Chapter 512. Boom! Dark clouds surged in the sky. A huge white sword radiance descended from the sky and intercepted Jian Aonan's attack, like a divine punishment from the heavens. The violent impact was comparable to a sudden clap of thunder. The sky was filled with sword ray phantoms that exploded in the air, all of them colliding with Jian Aonan's body. This attack of Mu Yifeng's was grasped especially perfectly. Jian Aonan was forced back by the chaotic sword ray. The sword energy that enveloped him became especially unstable and thinner. He stood in the air and stared coldly at Mu Yifeng. With a thought, his sword aura stacked up, and a powerful sword energy circled around his sword like a flood dragon. Jianaonan's aura became even more powerful. "You've really hidden your strength well." Mui Feng smiled faintly. Countless sword ray phantoms appeared in the sky. Then, with a shake of his sword, the sword rays that enveloped the sky quickly gathered together. Mui Feng's supreme heaven sword shone brightly. Extremely restless energy danced and flickered on the sword. The dense sword ray continued to expand until it transformed into a huge sword light. "Let's decide this with one sword." "Humph, that's exactly what I'm thinking," Jianaonan shouted. Roar! The terrifying roar of a beast rang out in the sky. The sword aura around Jianaonan's body danced like dragons and snakes. One circle after another, it became more and more condensed, emitting an extremely restless aura. The sky lost its color, and the earth darkened. The geniuses from the various teams were all shocked when they felt the powerful aura coming from the two of them. The people from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion all revealed cautious expressions. The first battle was extremely important for the Sword Pavilion. On the other hand, the people from Supreme Heaven City were relatively relaxed. They seemed to be very confident in Mu Yifeng. The leader of Supreme Heaven City's team was the great elder of the Mu clan. He was an old man in his 50s. His calm eyes carried a hint of a smile. Heaven and earth stirred up winds and clouds. One sword to determine victory or defeat. The sword energy released by Jianaonan became more and more frightening. His treasured sword constantly trembled as pure sword energy surged like a rainbow. Demon sword, heaven shocking slash. Heaven shocking demon sword. Boom! Jianaonan's shout was accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the 9 heavens. He stabbed out with his sword, shaking the mountains and rivers. Under countless shocked gazes, the extremely powerful dark red sword energy was like a flood that had broken through a dam. It turned into a sword rainbow and slashed towards Mu Yifeng with a terrifying destructive force. As the top martial art of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, the heaven-shocking demon sword was extremely domineering. Wherever it went, all obstructions were crushed. At the same time, Mu Yifeng's offensive also swept out. Desolation breaking, holy strike. Buzz, buzz! Mu Yifeng brandished the supreme heaven sword that had gathered an endless amount of piercingly cold sword chi, pointing it at the sword rainbow that was whistling towards him. Along with the violently trembling space, a beam of white sword light burst out from the supreme heaven sword, piercing through the sky like an aurora, heading straight up a sword rainbow, a river of sword radiance. The two extremely destructive sword techniques created layers of surging waves of air. Then they collided like 2 meteorites. Boom! Bang! The full-powered attacks of the top geniuses of the 2 provinces were indeed earth-shattering. In an instant, everyone felt the sword of Terror Peak beneath their feet shake and tremble. The mighty aftershocks of the power splashed and danced in the air. The defensive formation on the sword of Terror Peak was quickly activated. It turned into a transparent veil of light that covered the sky above the square, blocking the violent impact of the power. The sword radiance was chaotic and illusory. The sword chi collided with the sword chi, like a meteor shower that filled the sky. Layers of ripples spread out in the sky. It was a dazzling sight. Mu Yifeng and Jianaonan faced each other from afar. Their sword auras were astonishing. Heavy energy collided, and it caused the grand dais of sword rays and rivers of sword light on both sides to be blasted into pieces. However, just when everyone thought that the 2 sides were evenly matched, a small black sword shadow suddenly flew out from the scattered white sword radiance. It tore through the air, broke through the overlapping waves of energy, and rapidly attacked Jianaonan, sword within sword, sealing strike. What? The expressions of the people below changed. Jianaonan was caught off guard. His pupils shrank violently and panic appeared on his face. Bang! There was a heavy vibration. The black sword shadow struck Jian Aonan's chest like an aurora. A circle of black air waves spread out from the center. Jian Aonan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He was like a bird that had been shot by an arrow. His powerful aura quickly disappeared and he fell from the sky. Bang! Jian Aonan's feet landed heavily on the ground. He stumbled back a dozen meters before he could regain his footing. Whoosh! Mu Yifeng turned into a pillar of light and descended from the sky. He landed a dozen meters in front of Jian Aonan. Thanks for letting me win. Thanks for letting me win. These two simple words from Mu Yifeng's mouth signified the end of the first battle. Cheers and celebrations immediately broke out on the side of Taishao City. The entire crowd was in an uproar. It was over just like that. The higher-ups of Heavenly Sword Pavilion all had gloomy expressions. As the host, they had lost their first battle. This was a slap to their faces. Haha, how exciting! The title of Sword Absolute has changed hands today. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a gloomy gaze who sat at the front of the Azura sect group. His frivolous tone faintly contained a hint of mockery. This person was the leader of Shurasek's team, the enforcement elder Yu Sha. Jian Aonan clutched his chest with one hand and gripped his sword with the other. His arm trembled uncontrollably and his eyes were dark and sinister. After struggling internally, Jian Aonan's expression was finally replaced by endless loneliness. He had given up. Although Mu Yifeng's sword did not cause too much injury to him, the sealing power contained within it had imprisoned the true essence within his body. There was no hope for a comeback. Aonan, come back. Victory and defeat are common. There is nothing to be ashamed of, Mu Xiongxai, the head of Sword Pavilion, said calmly. Jian Aonan clenched his fists and returned to the side with a heart full of unwillingness and coldness. Everyone from Heavenly Sword Pavilion sighed and shook their heads. Losing the first battle was not just a loss of face. More importantly, in the upcoming battle, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion no longer had any geniuses who could compete with the three young masters. You're under a lot of pressure now. Chu Hen whispered to Mu Feng. TCH, what does it have to do with me? Mu Feng retorted. I don't plan on fighting you freaks. Black lines appeared on Chu Hen's forehead. Fine. Pretend I didn't say anything. We brothers have such a good relationship. Why don't you take first place and then lose to me on purpose? How about that? Mu Feng said cunningly. Sigh. Chu Hen sighed. This fellow was really daring. It was not that he had not fought with Shuehe before. He was indeed a difficult opponent, not to mention there was still young Master Yuan, young Master Yi, Xiaorumen, these monsters whose strength was unknown. The first battle was over. Many supporters of Taishao City cheered loudly. Haha! Congratulations to Senior Brother Yifeng for winning the title of Sword Absolute. Sword Absolute Mu Yifeng. Sword Absolute Mu Yifeng. The province's grand meeting, the battle that made one famous. As Mu Yifeng became the new generation's Sword Absolute, he once again told everyone that the Mu family of Taishao City was rising at a rapid pace. Right at this moment, a gorgeous and otherworldly figure suddenly flashed out, and she was agile and otherworldly like a spirit butterfly. Chapter 513. I'm Luo Mengchang from the Luo clan. Whoosh! Everyone's eyes lit up as they stared at the beautiful and ethereal figure that suddenly appeared in the middle of the square. Following that, there was a wave of clamor. Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. It's the eldest miss. The two geniuses from the Luo clan from the Moon Ocean City exchanged glances and saw the shock and worry in each other's eyes. The expressions of Tsang Yuan-jia, Yi Tai Littlewin, and the other geniuses from the Moon Ocean City changed slightly. Although they knew about the enmity between the Luo clan and the Mu clan from Grand Firmament City, it was not wise for Luo Mengchang to challenge Mu Yifeng in public. Even the Sword Absolute, Ao Nan, was defeated by Mu Yifeng. After the battle, everyone had a new understanding of Mu Yifeng's strength. He definitely had the ability to compete for the championship of the Sword Cannon Grand Meet. Meng Chong, stop fooling around. Get down here, Song Yuan just said in a low voice. However, Luo Mengchong ignored him. Her delicate face was calm. On the other side, Mu Feng nudged Chu Hen, who was next to him. What's going on? What's going on? Chu Hen replied, You should be the one to fight at this moment. I've taught you the 36 ways to pick up girls. I've clearly told you not to let your woman charge ahead. As a man, you should solve all the problems for her. All right. Stop talking. I'm having a headache. Chu Hen could not stand Luo Mingchong's incessant chatter. Go. If you don't listen to me, you'll have to kneel on the board when you get home. Mu Feng scolded. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. There was a hint of solemnity in his eyes. He knew Luo Mengchong very well. He would only make a move when her emotions changed. It was obvious that when Mu Yifeng took out the replica of Supreme Heaven Sword, Luo Mingchong's state of mind had become especially unstable. As the person who hoped to protect her by her side, what Chu Hen had to do was not to suppress the negative emotions in her heart, but to let her vent these emotions on her own. Therefore, Chu Hen did not stop what Luo Mengchong wanted to do. Of course, the main reason was that Chu Hen believed in Luo Mengchong's strength. Ever since they first met, her cultivation and strength had been a mystery. This was very similar to Chu Hen's. In the middle of the square, Mu Yifeng raised his eyes slightly and looked at Luo Mengchong in front of him with a smile. Haha, long time no see. Miss Luo, how have you been? Draw your sword. Luo Mengchong replied indifferently. At the same time, she flipped her jade-like hand. Shou! A nimble and light-sharp sword appeared in her palm. Compared to the high heaven sword in Mu Yifeng's hand, this sharp sword was a bit shorter. Strands of moonlight patterns wrapped around the sword like vines, showing off a pure and holy aura. Feeling the strong aura coming from Luo Mingchong, everyone present was secretly surprised. Sure enough, he had some ability. Only then did he dare to challenge Mu Yifeng. However, on the side of the High Heaven City team, a group of people sneered. Humph, this woman thinks too highly of herself. How dare she challenge Big Brother Yifeng? The person who spoke was the young woman who stirred up trouble in the 9th competition area the other day. Mu Hongzhou, who was standing beside her, also had a cold and gloomy look in his eyes. Although Mu Hongzhou had won 10 consecutive victories, the injury in his body could only make him a spectator in the audience. Mu Hongzhou especially hated Luo Mengchong and Chu Hen. Miss Luo, do you really want to fight with me? Mu Yifeng smiled lightly. I don't know how to control my strength. If I accidentally hurt a delicate flower like you, I'm afraid that many of the senior and junior brothers here will scold me for not knowing how to have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Haha. Are you done? Luo Mengchong raised her eyebrows slightly and asked indifferently. Mu Yifeng raised his hand slightly and made a please gesture. Please do as you please. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a loud and clear whistling sound of a sword resonated in the air. Luo Mingchong's toes lightly touched the ground, and she glided forward like a swallow. The sharp sword that was surrounded by holy moonlight tore through the air and quickly pointed at Mu Yifeng's throat. The speed of this sword was extremely fast, and its momentum was not inferior to Jian Aonan's. A frivolous smile appeared on the corners of Mu Yifeng's mouth. He clenched his fist, and the Supreme Heaven Sword instantly blossomed with a dense black brilliance. The powerful sealing energy surged on the blade of the sword like a flame. Hey, Miss Luo, be careful! Seal, triple slash! Mu Yifeng shouted and swung the High Heaven Sword horizontally. A sword wave that was as vigorous as a crescent moon shot out, rolling up a surging power as it headed toward Luo Mengchong. Bang! The powerful sword wave collided head-on with the tip of the sword in Luo Mingchong's palm. The scattered light directly exploded from the center. The rich sealing energy and the powerful holy brilliance were like two different colored lightning bolts intersecting. Bursting into tens of thousands of sparks, the chaotic sword energy flew around wantonly, and the light patterns on the ground intertwined. Bright defensive formation patterns were like blood vessels that contracted and expanded, absorbing the remaining power that spread out. Mu Yifeng's first sword was easily neutralized by Luo Mengchang. However, this triple slash of the seal did not only consist of one strike. Just as Luo Mengchang's sword shattered the powerful sword wave, in the next instant, a second majestic sword light slashed vertically toward the vertical traversing force. Compared to the first sword, the second sword light's momentum was even more ferocious and vigorous. Wherever it went, the space would tremble uneasily. The expressions of the people in the audience changed slightly. They thought to themselves that Mu Yifeng really didn't know how to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. A piercingly cold, oppressive aura surged, and the astonishing sealing power suppressed the true origin power outside Luo Mengshang's body. But at this moment, Luo Mengshang's body suddenly released a holy moonlight brilliance. The bright, holy light surrounded her, and her originally white and flawless skin looked faintly sparkling at this moment. Buzz! In the next instant, a pair of pure white wings spread out from Luo Mengchang's back. The aura was extraordinary, like the legendary wings of angels, and it was peerless. What skill is it? The appearance of this scene caused everyone to reveal a look of astonishment. Even the Sword Pavilion's master Mu Xiongcai, the Thousand Crane Sect's Grand Elder Duan Qingshan, the Azura Sect's Elder of Law Enforcement Yu Sha, and many other experts were slightly surprised. Under the countless shocked gazes of the audience, a layer of pale, golden circular light shield quickly appeared around Luo Mengchang and enveloped her within it. Boom! In the next instant, the second powerful sword light hit the shield of light, but it forcefully exploded into a ball of air. What a shocking defense! The expressions of the people changed again and again. Then, Mu Yifeng's third sword light attacked. It was the seal's triple slash, and each sword was faster and stronger than the previous one. The power of this third sword was far greater than the previous two swords. As it moved, the aura of the third sword continued to increase, and when it reached Luo Mengchang, it suddenly turned into a shocking sword light that was more than 100 meters wide. However, there was no change in Luo Mengchang's expression, and there was not a trace of fear on her face. The pure and holy wings on her back radiated a brilliant brilliance, and streams of pure power gathered on the blade of the sword. In an instant, the long sword looked like a vine of light lingering around it. Luo Mengchang raised her white wrist, raised her hand, and slashed out with her sword. The gorgeous light and shadow made everyone's pupils shrink. A solid white sword light slashed across the sky and hit Mu Yifeng's third sword. Bang! A violent tremor sounded in the middle of the square, and the overwhelming airwaves and sword patterns exploded. To everyone's surprise, Luo Mengchang's sword actually split Mu Yifeng's third sword in half, and then continued to attack her opponent without slowing down. Good. The two geniuses from the Luo clan in Moon Crawl City clapped and cheered. Their faces were full of surprise, but they did not expect that the strength of their young mistress had unknowingly increased to such an amazing level. The corner of Mu Yifeng's eyes narrowed, and he slashed with his sword, shattering the powerful sword shadow that was flying toward him. Then he moved, holding his sword, and launched an attack. What a surprise! Young Mistress Luo! Mu Yifeng rushed in front of Luo Mengchang, and a series of sharp sword shadows shrouded her. Luo Mengchang's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light, and she began to fight with him without fear. The change of events surprised most of the people in the audience. The people from Taishao City were a little uneasy. The leading Mu clan's grand elder narrowed his eyes, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. I didn't expect Luo Qiong to have such an amazing daughter. This is really surprising, he muttered to himself. There was a hint of sarcasm in his voice, but at the same time there was a hint of uneasiness. The people from Mooncrawl City were also surprised. The strength Luo Mengchang had shown was already beyond their understanding. When did junior sister Mingchang's cultivation become so strong? Yi Tai asked in confusion. I don't know. She has never shown her true strength in front of us. She has always been very low-key. With Luo Mengchang, the Luo clan will rise. Listening to the discussion behind them, Fist Master Tsang Yuanjia and the leading Tsang clan's second elder were deep in thought. They were not as happy as they had imagined. The second elder's eyes were surging with a hint of coldness as he thought to himself. Luo Qiong, you have such a talented daughter, but you're still hiding it. But it doesn't matter. Your Luo clan can only rely on our Tsang clan. The battle between Mu Yifeng and Luo Mengchang was getting more and more intense, and the rhythm of their attacks and defenses was constantly speeding up. The two of them fought at low altitude, and all kinds of scattered energy danced wildly in the sky. Although the frightening Sword Peak Square had a defensive formation set up, the cold power still caused cracks to appear on the stone bricks on the ground. The sword light phantom was dazzling. Chapter 5:14. In the center of the frightening Sword Peak Square, sword lights were dazzling and dazzling. Wave after wave of air stacked on top of each other and whistled in all directions like a strong wind, spreading toward the crowd in all directions. I couldn't tell. Junior brother Chu Hen, your soulmate is truly a person who doesn't reveal her true appearance. Looking at Luo Mengchang, who was gradually gaining the upper hand under Mu Yifeng's attacks, absolute formation Yanhan, Lu said to Chu Hen beside him with some surprise. Even Mu Feng, Shilan, and the rest of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion and Thousand Crane sect were surprised. Chu Hen smiled, and at the same time, the worry in his heart was slightly relieved. Even though he trusted Luo Mengchang very much, he was still a little worried. Now that he saw the strength that she displayed, it also proved that he was right. Challenging Mu Yifeng was not an impulsive decision by Luo Mengchang. This woman is a little interesting. In the Shura Sex team, Shui, he had a playful smile on his face as he glanced at Wu Yuan and Shui Qi. He crossed his arms in front of him and muttered coldly, Tsang Yujie, even if I don't have you today, you won't be able to escape from me, Shui He, after today. Wu Yuan and Shui Qi vaguely sensed His malicious gaze, and the two of them revealed a slightly mocking smile. Boom! The powerful sword shadows collided and burst forth with an especially surging true origin power. The black, domineering sword light and the white, holy sword patterns flew wantonly and set off waves of powerful air. Luo Mingchang's aura was like a rainbow, and her elegance was on full display. The pair of pure white wings behind her made her look like a fairy that had descended from the heavens. Beautiful and sacred, she performed exceptionally well in both offense and defense. First, Miss, you can do it. Good job, First Mississippi. The two geniuses from the Luo clan cheered loudly. Luo Mingchang's eyes rippled. She turned her wrist lightly, and the light patterns that covered the body of her sword shone brightly. A ray of sword light shot toward Mu Yifeng like a shooting star chasing after the moon. Mu Yifeng's eyes turned cold. The sword momentum outside his body rose and surged, and he slashed backhand. The two sword beams collided with each other, stirring up a momentum that was like a thunderstorm. The chaotic aura caused the defensive formation on the square to continuously burst forth with intense light. Then Mu Yifeng leaped up, like a beam of light shooting into the sky, leaving behind a series of shadows in the air. His main body instantly arrived high in the sky, looking down at Luo Mengchang below. Hey! It's not a good idea to continue wasting time like this. Miss Luo, how about you take my sword? Buzz! The next moment, Mu Yifeng held his sword with one hand. the tip of the sword facing up, and a wave of black light spread out from his body in all directions. Following that, Mui Feng's left palm pressed against the sword's body and rapidly moved towards the tip of the sword. Buzz! The black light that had been dispersed returned to Mu Yifeng's Grand Heaven Sword and converged toward the Grand Heaven Sword in his hand. The extremely agitated sword momentum pressed down like a mountain. That Grand Heaven Sword immediately turned into a black broadsword, with black light patterns flowing and rising like a demonic barrier. The power contained in it seemed to have the power to pierce through the sky. Sky-piercing sword! Mu Yifeng shouted. Boom! Along with the power of the rolling wind and thunder, the tip of the sword swung downwards, and a black sword pillar with shocking power separated from the supreme heaven sword like an aurora. Slanting downwards, it rolled up layers of rapidly rotating cyclones of light patterns and slashed towards Luo Mengchang below. The sky darkened and the clouds surged. Anyone could feel the terrifying power contained in this sword of Mu Yifeng's. The piercingly cold black sword pillar surged with an extremely strong sealing power, like the divine light that pierced through the sky, causing people to be terrified. At the same time, the holy light outside Luo Mengchang's body shone brightly. The pair of pure white wings on her back stirred up a gust of wind, and countless beautiful white light beams flew out from the wings. Immediately, with a spiral momentum, it rapidly rotated, forming a 2-meter-wide crystal white sphere in front of Luo Mengchang. Pure and extreme energy fluctuations were released from the power sphere. Following that, the sharp sword in Luo Mengchang's hand quickly stabbed out, firmly pointing at the center of the power sphere. Buzz! In the next moment, the bright power sphere was like a torrent that had been detonated, and a holy light pillar surrounded by gorgeous spirit patterns flew out, meeting the black sword pillar head-on. Boom! The black sword pillar descended diagonally from top to bottom, like a meteorite piercing through. The white light pillar rose from bottom to top, like a holy light rushing towards the 9 heavens. 2 extremely destructive and frightening forces directly collided in the sky above the frightening sword peak. Under the countless shocked gazes, the violent energy exploded in the sky and spread across the entire place in an earth-shattering manner. 2 different colored energy forces blended and collided with each other. The mighty scene was like 2 meteorites unexpectedly meeting in the sky above the startling sword peak. Layers of energy light patterns covered the sky, shrouding the sky above everyone's heads. The earth trembled, and despite the protection of the defensive formation, there were still countless people who felt as if they were being suppressed by a mountain, unable to move. At this moment, something unexpected happened. The white light pillar was suddenly shattered by the impact of the black sword pillar, and the powerful and vigorous light pillar collapsed inch by inch. Cracking bit by bit, what was going on? The hearts of everyone present were greatly alarmed. It was impossible. Luo Mengchang's move was definitely stronger than Mu Yifeng's in terms of momentum. Even if she could not defeat her opponent, there should not be a situation where she could not resist. In fact, there was indeed a problem on Luo Mengchang's side. Bang! Like ice crystal shattering, the pair of holy white wings behind Luo Mengchang also burst into thousands of power fragments. Then, an extremely unstable strange power emerged from Luo Mengchang's body. It's that power. Looking at this scene, Chu Hen's pupils shrank slightly. Luo Mengchang's mysterious power had come out again. Others might not know, but Chu Hen knew a little. He had seen this happen to Luo Mengchang twice before, and there was a strange, mysterious power in her body. Even demon, I could not detect what kind of power it was. Every time this happened, Luo Mengchang's state would be very unstable. Moreover, she needed time to recuperate, and when it was over, Luo Mengchang's strength would also improve significantly. But it was too untimely for it to appear at this time. Boom! The black sword pillar took advantage of the momentum and smashed all the power that Luo Mengchang had displayed. Then it continued to sweep up a strong, destructive aura and continued to roar. "Miss, be careful." The two geniuses from the Luo family in Moon End City were panicking. On the other hand, the team from Taishao City was the opposite, and each of them had a proud smile on their faces. Humph. I knew that the final winner would be Big Brother Yifeng. The powerful pressure rapidly approached, and the black sword pillar moved in all directions. Luo Mingchang's hands trembled slightly, and her brows furrowed slightly. She bit her red lips with her silver teeth, and while she was suppressing the restless power in her body, a beautiful spirit rune suddenly flashed on her forehead. It was a rune that looked like two frolicking fishes. In the nick of time, a ball of dazzling golden light once again gushed out from Luo Mingshang's body. Immediately after, Luo Mingshang's figure split into two. An identical Luo Mingshang separated from her delicate body and rushed towards the power of the sword pillar head-on. What? It's the clone hex, the square hex researched by Sifeng Zi. The people from the Thousand Crane Sect, Illusory Rain Sect, Shura Sect, Heavenly Sword Pavilion, and Moon End City all revealed looks of astonishment. The clone hex was actually obtained by Luo Mengchang? Boom! Under the shocked exclamations of the crowd, the black sword pillar directly hit Luo Mingchang's clone. The incomparably violent power shattered the clone into a sky full of light and shadows. The powerful shockwave also forced Luo Mengchang, who was behind her, to take a few steps back. An increasingly unstable power emerged uncontrollably, and Luo Mingchang's beautiful eyes, which had faint ripples on them, revealed a hint of anxiety. The appearance of the square hex's clone hex caused a commotion in the atmosphere. Even Wu Yuan, Shui He, Cui Qi Xiaorumen, and the other top geniuses revealed a faint look of surprise. When did she obtain the clone hex? On the Moon End City's side, Yi Tai, Little Win, and the other young geniuses who had gone to the Mang Mountain Forest with them were puzzled. Tsang Yuanjie narrowed his eyes, and there was a profound look in his eyes. It was unknown what he was thinking. As for the Great Cloud City side, they were shocked, but they were more uneasy. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Luo Mengchang's power was unstable due to some unknown special circumstances. Otherwise, she might have been able to block Mu Yifeng's attack with that move earlier. Now that the clone hex had appeared, Luo Mengchang would definitely be a huge threat to the Mu clan of Great Cloud City in the future. Buzz, buzz! It was obvious that Mu Yifeng understood this as well. A hint of coldness could be seen in his sharp eyes. What a pity, young Miss Luo. I really can't bear to do it. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yifeng's body moved like a flash of light. He swooped down and aimed the great cloud sword that was engulfed in a dense black light at Luo Mingchang's heart. Many people below the stage could not bear to see this. Mu Feng from the Sword Pavilion's team even cursed. F***CK. You can even bear to attack a beauty. Serves you right to be single forever. His sword tore through the air. Luo Mingchang's beautiful eyes narrowed as her opponent's cold sword shadow was reflected in her eyes. However, at this moment, a majestic torrent of palm energy suddenly surged from behind Luo Mingchang. In the next instant, a wave of golden-red illusory flame that was as dazzling as a heavenly rainbow spread out in all directions with Luo Mengchang at the center. Chapter 5:15. Boom! The sword's momentum was astonishing, and it came crashing down like a mountain. Just when everyone present thought that Luo Mengchang would die under Mu Yifeng's sword, a dazzling golden-red illusory flame suddenly swept out in all directions with Luo Mengchang at the center. In the next moment, the terrifying impact that surged like a tide directly collided with Mu Yifeng's attack. Bang! The space trembled violently, and a circle of mottled light ripples erupted. A particularly violent rebounding force struck towards Mu Yifeng. The latter was caught off guard and retreated backwards. He landed on the ground and retreated several meters before he was able to stabilize his body. What's going on? Looking at the scene that suddenly appeared in front of them, everyone present was shocked, and their faces were filled with astonishment. Then, everyone realized that there was a slender young figure standing behind Luo Mengchang. It's him. The people from Moon End City looked at each other. At the same time, the guests from Thousand Crane Sect, Shura Sect, Illusory Rain Sect, and Grand Cloud City were also surprised. Don't force yourself in the future, do you hear me? Chu Hen gently supported Luo Mingchang's back with his left hand and whispered in her ear. His voice was a little reproachful, but it was filled with a lot of gentleness. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange purple light leaked out from Chu Hen's left palm. The thick and gentle power flowed into Luo Mingchang's body from her back like a warm spring. Then, the extremely restless, mysterious power in Luo Mingchang's body was actually suppressed. Luo Mengchang, who had stabilized herself, turned around, and her beautiful face was filled with surprise. You. He could actually temporarily suppress the power in her body? This was especially surprising to Luo Mengchang. After all, she knew her situation better than anyone else. Chu Hen smiled slightly. All right, leave the rest to me. If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't have let you take action. Luo Mengchang was a little embarrassed, but she was extremely happy. At this moment, Mu Yifeng's cold gaze swept across, and he pointed his sword at Chu Hen and the Yundong before him as he said, "Humph. Where did these idiots come from? How dare they disrupt the competition of the Sword Scripture Grand Meet? Aren't you looking down on everyone here a little too much?" That's right. Disrupting the competition is a crime that should be severely punished, someone from Grand Cloud City echoed. This is simply outrageous. He's completely disregarding Pavilion Master Mu and the elders of the various sections. In the face of a series of curses around him, Chu Hen smiled indifferently, then took a few steps forward, shielding Luo Mengchang behind him. Since Pavilion Master Mu has already made it clear that there are no rules in this year's Prefecture Grand Meet. Since there are no rules, how can you say that I've ruined the competition? Sophistry, Mu Yifeng shouted. Chu Hen looked at him coldly and replied in a deep voice, "The moment I came up, Ms. Luo had already admitted defeat. So, that was the start of the battle between the two of us. Similarly, when your life is about to be threatened, your companion can also rush up to the stage to help you." If this was any other time, Chu Hen's words were simply nonsense. However, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion had not set any rules for today's battle. No matter what Chu Hen said, it would make sense. Furthermore, Mu Xiongxai's side did not seem to have any intention of interfering. The upper echelons of the various sects were just watching from the side. They were youngsters, after all. They could do whatever they wanted as long as they did not go overboard. Mu Yifeng's face darkened. "Humph! You think that you can threaten me? Your confidence is really impressive. Then I'll have to ask the new Sword Jew to enlighten me. Since you've already fought 2 rounds in a row, I'll give you a handicap of 10 moves. Hua!" As soon as these words were spoken, an uproar immediately broke out, giving Mu Yifeng a handicap of 10 moves. Most of the people present were starting to lose their composure. In the otherworldly spirit sex group, Cui Qi asked Lu Tianxiang, who was behind him, with great interest, "He's that Chu Hen?" Lu Tianxiang had also yet to recover from his serious injuries, and his face was pale. He nodded and said, "Yes, it's him." "Haha, interesting. He's indeed arrogant." Cui Qi smiled faintly. Behind the two of them stood the genius inscription master Jin Yi of the imperial city of the Sacred Star Dynasty, who came from the same place as Chu Hen. Although Zhen Yi was the niece of the strongest spiritual inscription master in the Sacred Star Dynasty, she was like a passerby in the crowd of geniuses today. She looked at Chu Hen with a complicated expression, and a hint of coldness could be seen in her eyes. "I'll give you a handicap of 10 moves." Chu Hen's words directly aroused Mu Yifeng's anger. The Tai Shao sword that he pointed at Chu Hen burst out with a dense black light pattern. With the tip of the sword pointing at Chu Hen, a piercingly cold killing intent gushed out from his body. "You dare to repeat what you said just now." Chu Hen spread out his hands, not concealing the disdain in his eyes, and said, "I'll give you a choice." His tone changed, and his voice suddenly turned cold. "Get down yourself." The cold words were as piercing as an icicle. In an instant, Mu Yifeng was instantly enraged. Without saying a word, he raised his sword and burst out with a dense sword light towards Chu Hen. "You're courting death." Murderous intent surged, and his anger burned. Facing the menacing Mu Yifeng, Chu Hen moved his feet, and a circle of scattered light pattern of energy rippled on the ground. With a swoosh, he immediately disappeared on the spot. "Where do you think you're going?" Mu Yifeng turned the tip of his sword, and an astonishing sword momentum surged like a wave, attacking all the way towards Chu Hen. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. The origin core in his body rotated, and the majestic true origin energy formed a light screen shield outside his body. Mu Yifeng's sword attacked. The sword light was like lightning, and the momentum was magnificent, smashing that light screen shield into smithereens. The chaotic sword light dispersed wantonly, and a thick wave of air rushed towards the surrounding audience. Chu Hen still only defended and did not attack, dodging and retreating at the same time. "Disgraceful thing. Don't tell me you really have the ability to let me have 10 moves?" Mu Yifeng's offensive became increasingly ferocious, every sword vicious, every move fatal. The illusionary sword light mirages blotted out the sky and covered the earth, closely packed and seamless, making people dazzled, blindly defending against Chu Hen and not attacking. Chu Hen directly suppressed him in terms of momentum. But even so, relying on nimble movement techniques and extremely fast reaction ability, Chu Hen's continuous dodging was still not pressured at all. The continuous, powerful sword momentum impact caused the ground to blossom with colorful array pattern light. Chu Hen's speed was fast, like a ghost shifting, and every time he could resolve the opponent's strong attack. The surrounding people from the various large teams all revealed shocked expressions. This Chu Hen dared to say such words. He indeed had some ability. Thinking back to the previous time in the 9th competition area, Mu Hangzhou, who was also from Taishao City, was beaten black and blue by Chu Hen within 4 moves. Everyone's hearts were filled with a sense of understanding. But Mu Yifeng was not someone that Mu Hangzhou could compare to. In a battle between experts, every move was enough to establish a sure win momentum. What would the result be? It was hard to say for the time being. At this moment, Luo Mengchang was still standing at the side of her original position, all her attention on Chu Hen, and could not help but feel a little worried in her heart. So that's how it is. Absolute leader Yan Hanlu muttered to himself, shaking his head in admiration, and could not help but laugh. At the side, Mu Feng, Shilan, and the others all revealed puzzled expressions. What did the other party mean by this? "Looks like Chu Hen will definitely win," Yan Hanlu said with some certainty. "I don't need you to say that." Mu Feng curled his lips, then turned his small eyes and asked slyly, "But how do you know?" Chapter 516. He is also a spiritual tattooist, Yan Hanlu said with a smile. Spiritual tattooist? Mu Feng and Shilan were slightly stunned. Both of them knew that Chu Hen practiced both spirit and martial arts, and his attainments in runes had reached the level of a senior spiritual tattooist. But they didn't know when he had broken through the realm of spiritual tattooist. If so, Chu Hen would be the youngest spiritual tattooist in the Saint Star dynasty. If this news spread to the capital, then the royal family would panic. Hiss! Boom! The sword chi whistled, dazzling. Mu Yifeng's attacks became more and more swift and powerful, especially since he was holding a half-saint weapon that was a replica of the sky sword. Every single strike of his sword was peerless in might, causing the surrounding space to tremble, and the enormous pressure was like the assault of a mountain. Even so, Chu Hen still didn't show the slightest sign of defeat. He only defended and didn't attack, moving like a ghost. The gorgeous sword shadow chased Chu Hen's figure, making it difficult for the eyes of countless people to keep up with the speed of the two. Boom! A piercingly cold sword light rushed head-on on the defensive genuine essence shield in front of Chu Hen, and a chaotic light pattern burst out from it. Together with the vigorous wind, Chu Hen swept into the air in a sliding posture. 10 moves have passed. It's my turn now. Hey! Mu Yifeng sneered especially mockingly. Do you think you still have a chance? Rumble. Before he even finished speaking, wind and lightning suddenly rolled above everyone's head. The black tide surged, and together with an extremely strong pressure from the sword, a huge sword net suddenly descended from the sky. It covered the sky and covered the earth as it enveloped Chu Hen's head. What? Everyone in the field was shocked. When did Mu Yifeng prepare this move? Looking at Chu Hen trapped by the sword net, many people of various sects and forces were secretly amazed. Mu Yifeng is really worthy of his name. I should have known that he wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Chu Hen has kicked an iron plate this time. If he hadn't been so arrogant as to let his opponent have 10 moves, I actually believe that he has the strength to compete with Mu Yifeng. But he just had to court death like this. The sword net that was intertwined like silver rays surrounded Chu Hen from all sides, enveloping him within a narrow range. Following that, Mu Yifeng's sword aura rose again. Endless sealing energy rose wantonly like devil flames and rapidly gathered on the supreme heaven sword. The pure and enormous energy became more and more restless, causing the space to faintly tremble. Under the nervous gazes of everyone present, the light pattern on the sharp sword expanded and rapidly enlarged, once again turning into a broadsword that was swallowing and spitting out black light. You can die now! Mu Yifeng's murderous aura was awe-inspiring as it engulfed the entire venue. However, at this moment, Chu Hen, who was in the net of swords in front of him, smiled lightly. Don't you think it's repetitive to use the same move 3 times? So what if it's a repeat? It's enough to kill you. That's not necessarily the case. After he finished speaking, a cold light flashed in Chu Hen's eyes. He clasped his hands together, and immediately, a majestic Reiki energy was released from his Naiwen palace. What? A spirit rank inscription master? Everyone from the various sects and families could not help but be shocked. Buzz. In the next moment, light patterns flickered on the ground below the square. Suddenly, a dazzling rune secret scroll appeared. The runes that crisscrossed and interweaved with each other, intertwining and flowing. They immediately turned into a rune spiritual array that was dozens of meters wide. An especially majestic power erupted from it, and the runes on the array blossomed with a beautiful luster. Rising Dragon Array. Chu Hen's throat moved slightly as he spat out a few words clearly and forcefully. Roar! Accompanied by a resonant and resounding dragon roar. In an instant, a golden dragon shadow with an imposing aura directly shot out from the spiritual array below, sweeping up an endless amount of ferocious might as it rushed towards Mu Yifeng in the sky. The vast and mighty pressure was akin to that of a flood dragon rushing out from the surface of the sea. It's really a spiritual array! The crowd exclaimed. When did he set up the spiritual array? I don't know. This is 2F** King Weird. The sudden and shocking change of events caught countless people off guard. But what was even more unexpected was Mu Yifeng himself. Before he had the time to display his sure-kill sword, the golden dragon shadow entangled Mu Yifeng's body like a giant python. The dragon shadow's body was like a huge iron chain, indestructible. Mu Yifeng's aura was rapidly suppressed as he was entangled by the dragon shadow. The powerful energy gathered on the supreme heaven sword also became extremely unstable. One side was entangled by the dragon shadow, and the other side was enveloped by the sword net in comparison. Chu Hen stood proudly in the sky with an indifferent expression. There was a lazy and relaxed smile on his face. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone in Supreme Heaven City could not help but frown. Even the Sword Pavilion Master Mu Xiongxai, the Thousand Crane Sect's Grand Elder Duan Qingshan, the Azura Sect's Enforcement Elder Yu Sha, the Illusory Rain Sect, and the higher-ups of the first-rate sects and forces were surprised. So that's how it is. The blood-young Master Shui, he smiled coldly. It's getting more and more interesting. There was a loud cry from the other side of the crowd. I understand now. When Chu Hen gave his opponent 10 moves, he had already secretly set up the runes. I said that the direction he changed every time he dodged was not repeated. This method is really undetectable. Just as everyone was feeling surprised, Mu Yifeng suddenly let out a heaven-shaking roar, and the aura of the 5th rank of the void-piercing realm completely erupted. Get out of my way! Rumble in an instant, countless rays of black sword light blossomed from Mu Yifeng's body. The swift and fierce sword aura was like the holy light that pierced through the clouds in the early morning, directly piercing through the dragon's silhouettes that coiled around his body. Sword shadows pierced out from the dragon's shadow's body. The sword rays were tens of thousands, and the aura was shocking. In the blink of an eye, the majestic dragon shadow was torn apart into light patterns that filled the sky. What a powerful aura! Just as everyone thought that Mu Yifeng was about to launch another comeback, they saw Chu Hen stretch out his arms unhurriedly, directly tearing apart the sword net in front of him. No way! Everyone's complexion changed again and again. In front of Chu Hen, that sword net was actually like a spider's silk. It could be easily broken. In the next moment, Chu Hen's whole body shone with silver light, and a bright power of stars filled the air. Buzz! The space trembled, and Chu Hen disappeared from where he was at the speed of a meteor. His speed was so fast that he was like an arrow shuttling through the sky, dragging a majestic wave of air in the sky, and immediately arriving in front of Mu Yifeng. The strong airflow pressed down on every inch of Mu Yifeng's flesh and bones. Chu Hen's eyes revealed a dense coldness. Looking at the other party's cold eyes, Mu Yifeng seemed to have received an extremely dangerous signal. The biggest mistake you made today is that you shouldn't have pointed your sword at her. Chu Hen was cold, and wisps of starlight quickly climbed up his left fist. In an instant, his whole arm flowed with silver light. A casual move seemed to have the power to shake mountains and rivers. Mu Yifeng's expression changed dramatically, and without saying a word, the supreme heaven sword in his palm tore the air and stabbed towards Chu Hen. Get lost, humph! Chu Hen disdainfully smiled frivolously. His left fist, covered with a huge power of stars, met the other party's sharp sword head-on. The hearts of the people below were hanging in suspense, and their eyes were wide open. Was this Chu Hen crazy to use his bare hands to meet a sword with the power of a half-saint weapon? Did he not want his hand any more? Luo Mingshang's delicate body trembled slightly, and her jade-like hands clenched tightly. Boom! A violent explosion, like a clap of thunder, exploded in the sky, under thousands of shocked gazes. Chu Hen's fist smashed firmly on the edge of the supreme heaven sword in Mu Yifeng's hand. A circle of surging air mass rippled from it. The space trembled heavily. Accompanied by a violent sound, the terrifying fist force that was like a tsunami surged down violently, and the sealing power that lingered on the sword was completely shattered. Then an even more overbearing fist force directly flowed through the sword into Mu Yifeng's arm. Bang! Blood sprayed in the air, and minced flesh flew everywhere. Mu Yifeng's pupils shrank violently, and the hearts of everyone present trembled violently. They saw Mu Yifeng's entire right arm directly explode from the middle. Accompanied by a shrill scream of pain, Mu Yifeng flew out together with his sword, smashing miserably and rolling on the ground. His high spirits and youthful frivolity were all swept away. God! The entire frightening sword peak was stunned, and the people of Supreme Heaven City were as frightened as cicadas in winter. The Mu clan's great elder, who was leading the group, slammed the table hard and stood up from his seat in extreme anger. Bastard! An invisible tension filled the air. No one thought that things would end up like this. Chu Hen actually blew up Mu Yifeng's entire arm with one punch. The two geniuses from the Mu clan of Supreme Heaven City. One was beaten by Chu Hen to the point that he lost the right to participate in the competition, and the other was beaten into a cripple in public. The new sword absolute? At this moment, it had become a joke. Chapter 517. Buzz. The atmosphere at the frightening sword peak seemed to have frozen. Mu Yifeng's angry and painful screams echoed in the huge square. One of his arms had been smashed by Chu Hen's punch. The number one genius of Grand Cloud City, the new sword absolute, had become a big joke at this moment. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with a complicated look in their eyes. They all had different feelings, but everyone present was very clear that Mu Yifeng had suffered such a humiliating blow, all because he had almost hurt Luo Mingshang before. The people of Grand Cloud City were all frightened, shocked, and angry. Previously it was Mu Hongzhou, and now it was Mu Yifeng. They had wanted to shine in this province's grand meet and announce to the world that the Mu family would be one of the first-rate families in the province in the future, and that Grand Cloud City would rise. Who would have thought that they would be beaten so badly in just the third battle? Whoosh! Chu Hen descended from the sky in a flash. A formless, sharp aura of youth spread out, directly crushing the entire audience. Blood young Master Shuehe, far young Master Wu Yuan, strange young Master Cui Chi, Huanju Sharuaman, and several other top geniuses all narrowed their eyes and seemed to be deep in thought. Is your hand all right? Luo Mengchang hurriedly trotted to Chu Hen's side and held his left hand to check. Although Chu Hen's physical strength was far stronger than ordinary people, it was still a replica of the Grand Cloud Sword, which had reached the strength of a semi-saint weapon. When Chu Hen's fist collided head-on with it just now, although it did not cause much injury, the sharp blade still tore a wound of nearly 10 centimeters. Looking at the bloody wound on the back of Chu Hen's hand, Luo Mingchang's beautiful eyes rippled. There was a hint of reproach and heartache in her tone. You're trying to be brave again. When have you ever stopped worrying? Chu Hen smiled gently. I'm fine. It doesn't hurt at all. The shocking battle of life and death had just ended, and the two of them were showing off their love in public. It really made countless single men and women gnash their teeth in hatred. What's their relationship? Little one Yi Tai and the others from the moon-bound city were puzzled. The two people from the Luo family also looked at each other. In their impression, they had never seen their young miss treat a man like this, especially when she cared about someone in public without caring about what everyone thought of her. Sang Yunjia let out a sigh of relief, crossed his arms in front of him, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The grand meeting of the province, the battle of fame. There was no doubt that Chu Hen had gained both fame and fortune today. However, everyone was more concerned about the Mu clan's grand elder's emotions. Several young geniuses from Taishao City helped Mu Yifeng down from the arena. Mu Yifeng, whose entire arm had been shattered, looked extremely wretched. His eyelids were drooping, and his pale face was filled with endless decadence. You! The Mu clan grand elder's face was ashen. He glared angrily at Chu Hen, his eyes almost spitting fire. However, he could not ignore Mu Xiongxai, Duan Qingshan, Yu Sha, and many other important figures from first-rate sections. He could only suppress the anger in his heart. In recent years, it was true that Taishao City had the momentum to rise. However, compared to the Celestial Sword Pavilion, the Thousand Crane Sect, the Azura Sect, and the Moon's End City, there was still too much of a difference. Not to mention the fact that Chu Hen had only crippled one of Mu Yifeng's arms. Even if he had killed Mu Yifeng, the Mu clan could only endure it. Let's go down. Luo Mengchang said softly. Since it was a grand meeting without rules, the contestants below the arena could naturally choose to continue fighting or to rest. Without waiting for Chu Hen's reply, a cold and stern figure slowly stood up from below the stage. There was a faint sound of air waves trembling in the air. Looking at the newcomer, everyone could not help but be slightly stunned. Song Yuanjia of Moonbound City's Tsang clan, please enlighten me. Hua! As his voice fell, an aura slightly stronger than Mu Yifeng's of Taishao City was released from Song Yuanjia's body. Everyone below the arena was shocked. It's Fist Absolute Song Yuanjia! Even he has broken through? I remember that, some time ago, he seemed to be at the 4th rank of Void-Piercing Realm. When did he break through to the 5th rank? I don't know, it should be not long ago. Compared to before in the jungle of Mount Mang, Song Yuanjia's aura was obviously much stronger, especially after the other party had witnessed the battle between Chu Hen and Mu Yifeng. He still dared to challenge him, which was enough to show that the other party came prepared. Song Yuanjia stared at Chu Hen, his eyes surging with coldness, especially when he saw that the other party was so close to Luo Mengchang. He was even more displeased. But this displeasure was not jealousy, but another kind of indescribable displeasure. What do you want? Luo Mengchang frowned slightly and shouted coldly. Nothing much. I just want to experience the skills of this up-and-coming genius, that's all. Song Yuanjia raised his head slightly and said coldly. Immediately he looked at Chu Hen and said, If you can start, please say so. In the eyes of many people below the stage, this was most likely a conflict caused by jealousy. As the saying went, those who were watching a show were not afraid of things getting out of hand. Everyone seemed to be in high spirits. Hey, you're so King arrogant. Chu Hen, make this blind fool crazy with one move. Mu Feng scolded, completely disregarding his identity as the Sword Firmament Pavilion's young master. Yan Hanlu smiled and said, Do you have a grudge against him? There's no enmity between us. However, that fool is simply too shameless. Back in the Mang Mountain Forest, he couldn't even defeat that Azura sect fellow. Now that he's acting so arrogantly here, I feel embarrassed for him. Mu Feng said. Azura sect's Tu Ye's face instantly turned cold when he was shot. What did he mean by he couldn't even beat Tu Yi? It sounded like Tu Yi was really weak. However, Chu Hen did not do as the crowd wished. He glanced at Song Yuanjia indifferently. Sorry, I'm not interested in fighting you. Are you afraid? Song Yuanjia said coldly. Whatever you say. Chu Hen replied indifferently and returned to the side of the stage with Luo Mingshang. The crowd below the stage was a little restless. Chu Hen actually did not fight Song Yuanjia. It shouldn't be. With his strength, what was there to be afraid of? However, Chu Hen's action made Mu Xiongtsai, Duan Qingshan, and the others show some appreciation on their faces. This kid is great. Feng is lucky to have such a friend. Mu Xiongtsai muttered to himself and nodded his head in praise. CK, what are you doing? Why didn't you kill that bastard? Mu Feng immediately came over with a slightly displeased look on his face. Chu Hen first looked at Luo Mingshang and did not explain anything. In fact, the reason why Chu Hen did this was completely for Luo Mingshang and the Luo family. In Moon End City, the Luo family was the 8th big family that depended on the Tsang family. Once Chu Hen made Song Yuanjia lose face in this province's grand meeting, it was hard to guarantee that the Tsang family would not do anything to the Luo family. Luo Mingshang naturally also guessed Chu Hen's thoughts. Her beautiful eyes looked at him affectionately, a little touched and happy in her heart. In the blink of an eye, only Song Yuanjia was left standing in the middle of the square. The formless, cold, and imposing aura caused everyone present to feel a sense of dread towards him. Ta, ta. At this moment, a light sound of footsteps came into everyone's ears. They saw a tall and slender figure walking out from a team near the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. The other party walked very slowly, but every step seemed to have a special power that affected people's hearts. Are they going to fight so soon? There's no other way. The people who came out before are too strong. The others don't dare to go up at all. It seems that the final battle will soon be in advance. The atmosphere in the square faintly froze a little. The figure stopped about 30 meters away from Tsang Yuanjia, and a strange and powerful aura flowed out from his body. Immediately, he raised his head slightly, revealing a seemingly easygoing face. Hua, child Yi Chui Qi. Tsang Yuanjia's pupils shrank slightly, and his eyebrows revealed a strong sense of caution. At the same time, a surge of true inner force rose and erupted, and a restless and powerful force enveloped his whole body. Don't get excited. Child, he raised his hand slightly and smiled faintly. I'm not here to fight you. What? As soon as this was said, everyone present could not help but be stunned. Why did you come here if not to fight? A fashion show? However, Child Yi's next words almost made Tsang Yuanjia die of anger. Where's Tsang Yujie? The opponent I'm looking for is him, not you. Hua! Tsang Yujie, Child Yu, one of the 4 great childs. He was also the strongest genius of the Tsang family in Moon End City. Although the opponent was looking for his elder brother, his words were no less than a slap to Tsang Yuanjia's face in front of everyone. This slap to the face was too disrespectful. Why? Where's Sage Tsang Yujie? Child, he asked in confusion. Tsang Yuanjia suppressed his anger, clenched his teeth, and said, My elder brother happened to be in closed-door training some time ago, so he couldn't participate in this year's Sword Code Grand Meet. He didn't come? That's a pity. Child, he acted as if he did not know anything, and his tone carried a hint of frivolity. The surrounding people shook their heads secretly. The news of Child Yu not participating in the province region Grand Meet had already spread half a month ago. Even if this Child Yi came late, he should have heard about it. Moreover, Tsang Yujie was not in the team of Moon End City, so it was impossible that he did not know. Obviously, Child Yi did this on purpose, and most likely took the opportunity to mock Tsang Yujie for not having the guts to participate. In that case, which one of you will go first? Chapter 5:18. If that's the case, which one of you will go first? Young Master Yi took the opportunity to ridicule young Master Jade, Tsang Yujie, who did not participate in the Sword Code Grand Meeting. Then he looked at young Master Blood, Shuehe, and young Master Yuan, Wu Yuan. As he spoke, he moved his neck, limbs, and said as if there was no one else present, It's not so good to be a spectator. It's better to go on stage and fight a few rounds. Everyone could not help but glance at Shuehe and Wu Yuan in 2 different teams. This young Master Yi Chui Qi had invited them to fight. With their tempers, it would be hard for them not to agree. Young Master Blood smiled playfully and shook his head. Since you're in such a hurry to lose, then wait. At this moment, Tsang Yuanjia, who looked gloomy and embarrassed, suddenly stopped. He looked at Chui Qi and said, Young Master Yi, my big brother is not here due to some matters. Why don't I fight with you today? Oh, Chui Qi looked back in surprise, and there was a hint of interest between his eyebrows. You want to fight with me? Please enlighten me. Tsang Yuanjia's aura stacked up, and the aura of a rank 5 void piercing state spread out, but it was hard to ignore it. Although he looked polite on the surface, he was already cursing in his heart. This Chui Qi was really something. He knew that Tsang Yujie was not here, so he deliberately took the opportunity to mock him. Not only did he mock Tsang Yuanjia, but he also treated Tsang Yuanjia as heir. However, Tsang Yuanjia was also a proud and arrogant person. He really couldn't bear this anger. Chui Qi smiled when he saw the high fighting spirit in Tsang Yuanjia's eyes very well. Since you are Tsang Yujie's brother, your strength should not be too low. Then let's begin. Then you can warm up first. Everyone present was speechless. Hearing the first half of the sentence, They thought it was a compliment to Tsang Yuanjia, but the second half of the sentence made everyone in Moon End City lose their temper. This guy really did not give any face. Humph! Tsang Yuanjia's eyes darkened, and he shouted in his heart, "You don't take me seriously. I will teach you a lesson today." Buzz! Immediately, a majestic, mountain-like power erupted from Tsang Yuanjia's body. He pushed his arms forward, and a bright, white light flashed. A layer of crystal-clear flowing light extended from Tsang Yuanjia's forearms. The light condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye and quickly turned into two gorgeous gloves covering Tsang Yuanjia's hands. "What's that?" Everyone was slightly stunned in their hearts, and their eyes lit up. The pair of gloves seemed to be made of crystal. They were luxurious and dazzling, shining brilliantly. The right glove flickered with a blue luster and emitted an extremely cold aura. On the other hand, the glove on his left hand was swallowing and spitting out a bright red light, and a hot and restless wave of air spread out. "Isn't this the Ice-Fire Dual Soul Glove that's ranked 3rd on the spirit weapon ranking?" A cry of surprise sounded out from the crowd below the stage. One ice and one fire can't be wrong. No wonder Tsang Yuanjia dared to challenge young noble Yi. It turns out that he has such a treasure. As soon as the Ice-Fire Dual Soul Glove appeared, there was a small commotion in the audience. I was wondering why this person who's not afraid of death would dare to provoke you. It turns out he has 2 gloves. Mu Feng slanted his eyes and chuckled. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly, and his face showed a little surprise. The Ice-Fire Dual Soul Glove and the High Heaven Sword that Mu Yifeng took out before were similar in significance to a certain extent, because with Mu Yifeng's cultivation, he couldn't fully exert the power of a half-sage weapon, and the treasure ranked 3rd on the spirit weapon ranking was not much worse than a half-sage weapon. The most important point was that Tsang Yuanjia's nickname was Fistmaster. In terms of fist techniques, there was probably no one present who could compare to Tsang Yuanjia. Coupled with the Ice-Fire gloves, Tsang Yuanjia's battle strength was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. This was also the reason why he dared to take the initiative to provoke Chu Hen and challenge young noble Yi Chuiqi today. "Big brother Yuanjia, you can do it. Big brother Yuanjia, you must win." The morale of the moonlit city's side rose, and they all cheered for Tsang Yuanjia. As for the otherworldly spirit sect side, they were unusually quiet, but most of them had a hint of disdain on their faces. Chuiqi stared at Tsang Yuanjia in front of him with a faint smile on his lips. "Hee, are you ready? Let's get started." His frivolous tone was full of ridicule. His opponent's continuous disregard finally caused Tsang Yuanjia's anger to erupt. Boom! In the next instant, a vast and mighty true origin energy soared into the sky, accompanied by the rapid trembling of the airwaves. Tsang Yuanjia's right arm emitted a red glow, and waves of heat stacked on top of each other. Silver light lingered on his left arm, and a cold current assaulted him. "Humph! I'm going to teach you a lesson today." Twin Soul Ice Flame Fist. Tsang Yuanjia's eyes turned bloodshot, and blue veins bulged on his forehead. The space trembled violently, and the 2 fists containing endless destructive energy blasted out. Cold and scorching airwaves suddenly blended together, and a pillar of fire and a cold current rushed toward the strange young master like 2 torrents. In the process of moving, the aura released by Tsang Yuanjia continued to soar and become stronger. Following that, under the astonished gazes of everyone present, a ferocious fire wolf rushed out from the scarlet pillar of fire, while sparkling and translucent ice leopard flew out from the blue cold air. Roar! Roar! Peerless and majestic, the 2 beasts were extremely fast, and their attacks were extremely powerful. Rolling up a monstrous and terrifying power, they instantly rushed to Chuiqi's side and pounced on him one after another. Chuiqi's eyes narrowed, and a frivolous smile appeared on his lips. Boom! In the next second, the fire wolf and the ice leopard solidly charged in front of Chui Chi. Accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, red and white flames and cold air instantly set off a violent tsunami, rushing into the sky and rushing into the vault of heaven. With the platform as the center, endless mighty airwaves swept out in all directions. The cold and hot waves directly hit the people in the audience. Everyone's expression changed again and again, and their hearts were shocked again and again. Many people quietly circulated their true inner force to resist. The fierce impact caused the frightening sword peak to shake uneasily. Light patterns crisscrossed on the ground of the square, and the defensive array was operated to the extreme. But even so, cracks still extended on the ground, the scorching flames and cold current intertwined like a tornado, swallowing the strange young master and stirring up the wind and clouds in all directions. Looking at the turbulent space in front, everyone's heart was in suspense. Is this the power of the ice and fire twin soul gloves in the hands of fist-mastered Song Yuanjia? It's really terrifying. Humph! Song Yuanjia's eyes turned cold, and a cold arc appeared on his face. It's a little too early for you to be happy, my friend. Suddenly, that familiar voice came from the whirlpool of ice and fire. What? Song Yuanjia's pupils shrank slightly. Boom! Then, something shocking happened. The surging power of the ice and fire souls suddenly weakened and disappeared, and the majestic tornado that rose into the sky disappeared at an extremely fast speed. For more than 100 meters, it shrank to a height of more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. In next to no time, Chui Chi's figure once again appeared in everyone's line of sight. He wasn't the slightest bit disheveled, and even his clothes were neat and tidy without the slightest crease. The people in the Moon End City clenched their fists, and a solemn look appeared on their faces. The surprise he felt just now was gone in an instant. As for the people of the otherworldly spirit sect, they were particularly calm. They had long expected this situation. In their eyes, how could Song Yuanjia compete with the strange young master? Buzz! Chui Chi raised his arms, and his palms faced upward. Two streams of dangerous energy, one ice and one fire, quickly gathered in his palms, and in the blink of an eye, the extremely agitated energy that filled the air was completely absorbed by Chui Chi's palms from afar. Chui Chi looked like he was holding two balls of flame. He actually controlled the energy that Song Yuanjia released. Hiss! Everyone gasped. Under Song Yuanjia's fierce attack, not only was Chui Chi not injured at all, but he was also able to control the energy that Song Yuanjia had just released. It was really frightening. Song Yuanjia's heart trembled a little. The strength of the other party had already exceeded his expectations. People, like the four great young masters, were indeed not people to be trifled with. However, there was no turning back now, so he could only bite the bullet and make a move. Hee! Chui Chi raised his cold eyes and sneered frivolously. To be honest, you're really a little weaker than Song Yuanjia. I'm so disappointed. There's no comparison at all. Disdain, extreme disdain. You. Song Yuanjia's face darkened. As soon as his voice fell, Chui Chi suddenly clasped his palms together, and the two extremely violent energies in his palms fiercely collided with each other. Buzz. In an instant, a beam of light that was a fusion of ice and fire burst out from Chui Chi's palms, rolling up a strong destructive aura, whistling all the way down like a meteor across the sky, and firmly hitting Song Yuanjia's body. Boom! Red and white light patterns bloomed in front of Song Yuanjia, and bone-chilling cold air and scorching fireballs burst out like rain. Song Yuanjia, who was caught off guard, spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. One move. Chui Chi directly announced to everyone that his position as one of the four great young masters was unshakable. Everyone present had a look of surprise on their faces. They all clapped and applauded. For the sake of Song Yuanjia, I'll spare your life today. If you don't have the ability, don't try to show off.